I'm grateful for breathing life. Thank you. What about you?
I see a big fan behind you, Bonaventure. Is that cool? Is that hot there? Is that still the summertime or is the middle season?
Yeah, sure, the summertime.
Yeah, it's hot here, you know.
I see.
Sure. Cool. Yeah, I'm right in Abuja. So I'm happy that I'm glad to see Jamal, Kevin, Vanessa, all the great people. Yeah, good. It's going to be a great meeting.
Yeah.
Hi, Bonaventure. Nice to see you too.
My pleasure, Vanessa. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Great OAD team. Wonderful people. That's cool.
Wow, I see we have Benin represented. That's so cool. Hello, Thierry. And Ethiopia, Tanzania. This is fantastic.
Hi, Carolina.
Hi. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Hi,
You're
Carolina.
welcome.
Cool.
Have you been at Benin before?
I have not, sadly, but
nice.
I would love to come.
Wonderful. You are already welcome. So Benin is a wonderful and lovely country. So never regretted for being here.
One day, one day.
Yeah.
You know, we should try and have some sort of thing where we can go around the continent and sort of I don't know, maybe we should put together like a short video that goes across the continent and everyone say something from their countries. We have a nice spread of attendees at this meeting.
And show us a piece of the country as well, so we can be there. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Hi,
wonderful
Charles.
idea.
Hey.
Charles, how are you?
A great idea for the
I'm great.
video for next year. Sorry.
I know, I know, and that doesn't just come to Kevin. I know he will achieve this. Great minds.
Yes, he's everywhere. So we have to get to know each other's countries, cultures. That's useful, I think.
Right, last 2 minutes before we hand over to Charles to chair the first session. Well, last 1 minute. So anyone else wants to shout out and say who you are, where you're from, feel free.
Yeah, hi, this is Neeraj. Kevin, I suppose you have all the registration details of everybody, right? It would be nice to kind of have a spreadsheet where everybody attending these 3 days kind of put in their name, so that we can figure out which countries are represented a lot, which countries are not represented, and kind of try and work on that later, right?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Always happy to have volunteers to do that.
You can open a Google spreadsheet and then I'll create a spreadsheet and send it over, and then everybody can just type. So we just know which countries are represented in at what scale. You know?
Yeah, that'll be awesome.
So this is for everyone, not just Africans. Because we have a lot of people from outside of Africa who are here as well, and who share our passion about astronomy in Africa. Yes.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock on my side. So I think that we can start. I'd just like to thank everyone for joining us this morning. We are looking forward to a very fruitful 3 days where we'd have good discussions and then get to know one another more. Kevin has already taken us. Yeah.
Yeah, no, sorry. Just before handing over to you, to the chain, I just wanted to bring everyone's attention to the fact that we're streaming this live on YouTube, but it's mainly to have a record, so that we can always go back and look at the discussions that we have. But just in terms of the general housekeeping on a Zoom meeting, the usual applies. I'm sure everyone is used to it by now. keep yourselves muted as much as possible. Raise your hands if you need to get the attention of the chair. Use the chats, so use the Zoom chat or the Slack chat. All the links to Slack or the YouTube and all that, everything is on that webpage with the program. And yeah, if you are uncomfortable speaking in English, I think speak in your language, and hopefully someone else can also help to translate. If you, I think this is a community meeting, so let's keep it informal and hope that the discussions go well. So yeah, Charles, over to you.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot for that housekeeping, Kevin. So just to open the session, we've got our first speaker. He's from the International Astronomical Union. It's Professor Jose Miguel Rodriguez. So over to you, Jose.
Thank you very much, Charles. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this forum in preparation of the big event, which is the IU General Assembly in 2024. The General Assemblies gather typically 2,500 or 300 people from all over the world. It is the first time the General Assembly is held in the African continent. I do hope that the African astronomy will be visible in the General Assembly of the IAU in 2024. I praise the African Astronomical Society and the Office of Astronomy for Development for their efforts to show to the world the African astronomy. And I do hope that the General Assembly in Cape Town will be the best ever.
Thank you so much, Jose, for that message. So we'll move on to our next speaker from the South African Department of Science and Innovation. He is the Acting Chief Director of Astronomy, Mr. Takalani Nemongani. Takalani?
Thank you, Charles, and good morning to everyone. And let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this meeting. To have invited me to say a few words. So thanks to AFAS. Can you still hear me? All right, okay. Yeah, so from the Department of Science and Innovation here in South Africa, we are certainly very pleased to see this milestone and that, we have reached to gather the African community in preparation for the big event and for keeping the momentum alive. Because I think the 2024 event is going to give Africa an immense opportunity to put Africa on the world map, of astronomy, because I think we have very ambitious vision in Africa to position Africa to become a leading and a very active player, in this field, and for Africa to continue to become an attractive host to, global initiatives, to telescopes and astronomy facilities, because we believe that in Africa we have something to offer as this work that we've been doing over the years and the history of astronomy in our continent, shows that, Africa has always been a player. So you know, I would like to really encourage the participants at this meeting, you know, to really do their best, you know, to come up with, you know, very good, you know, initiatives and milestones as we build up to the big event in 2024. From South Africa, we've always said, even during the days of bidding for this event, that this is not about South Africa. This is about Africa. You know, to make sure that we all jointly combine our forces, our resources, you know, to build skills and capacities, and to strengthen our institutional mechanisms, our facilities, to make sure that we can give hope to young and upcoming, you know, astronomers, you know, to look forward to a brighter future of astronomy here in the continent. And I'm also very happy that we have a very good relationship with the IAU. And therefore, we want to continue to build on this strategic partnership that we have with the IAU. So all the best for these next 2-3 days. And we really look forward, you know, to see some very good outcomes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Takalani, for those words. We're now going to move to our next speaker, Kurt van der Heyden, who is the Director for Strategic Science Support and Analysis at the National Research Foundation, Research Infrastructure Platforms.
Thank you, Charles. So it is a pleasure for me to welcome you all on behalf of the South African National Research Foundation. For those of you that are not familiar with the NRF, we are the home of 2 of South Africa's astronomy observatories, the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory and the South African Astronomical Observatory, which is our premier optical and infrared observatory. And the NRF is also the official host of the IAU General Assembly in 2024. So, you know, even though Cape Town is hosting the bid to host the GA 2024, we see this very much as a win for the continent. And we see this as an opportunity for further cooperation in the continent. And it is with pleasure that we note the ongoing efforts of both AFAS and the IAU Office of Astronomy for Development in this regard. I think this meeting is also very much in line with the ambitions of the NRF in open science. So the NRF will host the African Open Science Platform, which is an initiative that is supported by the South African Department of Science and Innovation, a number of key institutions around the continent, and also the International Science Council. The African Open Science Platform is a Pan-African initiative to better understand and promote open science on the continent, and specifically open data, among other things. And so, you know, there's quite a lot of effort in going towards, you know, cooperation around the continent. With these words, you know, I'd like to wish you a very fruitful and successful meeting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kurt, for those words. And then right now from the African Astronomical Society, we're going to have Professor Jamal Mimoni, who's going to give us a short message.
Thank you, Charles. 2021 minus 3 years or even less. The countdown has started for this IAU 2024 General Assembly, and today's meeting is indeed a milestone in the path towards it. We are at AFAS, the African Astronomical Society, are proud to be a partner to the collective efforts to put indeed Africa on the astronomical world map. The road might look sinuous and even the vision blurry at this point of time, what to do, what needs to be done absolutely. And indeed, the role of today's meeting is precisely to clarify, to unfog and open further this big open yard. 2 years is indeed seem to be a lot of time, yet if we are to be on time with the various projects, certainly that's not so. So I see in the program various, in the next few days, various projects easily to be implemented, yet others need some planning and a lot of time. I take note of the great diversity of planned actions, research activities, symposia, flagship programs, and so on, various action items that people are committed to substantialize for 2024, and indeed planning to make that year a turning point for the development of astronomy on our beloved continent. So I expect to hear at the concluding time, 2 days from today, I mean on Friday, a bold new plan, a bold new roadmap for GA 2024. And I wish you all, in the name of AFAS, all who have responded present to this meeting, the best of success in the preparation of that strategic meeting of GA 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamal, for those words. Indeed, we are moving ever closer to the GA in 2024. And this meeting is indeed going to be one of the key drivers for the activities leading up to that event. And also, it's going to be very important for the legacy of the event. So right now we're going to move to the first talk, which is going to be by Vanessa McBride and Kevin Govender from the OED. The overview of the GA 2024 and the vision of expected outcomes of the workshop.
Thanks, Charles. Can everyone see the slides?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, it's very exciting to be here. Sort of not at the beginning, but actually at least more than a year on into our journey towards 2024. So in this talk, I'm just going to give some background to what the General Assembly is, just in addition to what Jose Miguel said, look a bit at the current status, where we are in terms of the hosting of the meeting, the National Organizing Committee, and seed funding for getting things going, and then speak a bit about our vision towards General Assembly 2024. And then I'll hand over to Kevin, who will chat with us about what we hope to achieve through this forum. So the IAU General Assembly, I think many of you have heard me describe this before, but for those who haven't, it's a big meeting. As Jose Miguel said, there's between 2,000 and 3,000 astronomers that will attend. There are 6 science symposia and between 12 to 18 focus meetings. And then the 9 different divisions of the IAU, which are sort of the science-focused divisions, also have their meetings at the GA, and it generally extends over 2 weeks. So the next meeting is in South Korea next year in Busan, and then we'll be hosting it on behalf of the African continent in Cape Town in 2024. And this is a huge milestone, right? Because there've been over 30 General Assemblies since the inception of the IAU about 100 years ago, just over 100 years ago. Yet none of them have actually ever taken place on the continent of Africa. So this is a real first for us. It shows, a coming of age of science, big science, and astronomy on the African continent. And it's a real opportunity to showcase a different way of doing things to the rest of the world. So just to save the date is confirmed already as the 5th to the 16th of August, 2024. And the venue is at the Cape Town International Conference Center. So that's a quick overview of the logistics around the General Assemblies. Let me give you an idea of the current status. So as Kurt mentioned, the NRF is the host, the official host of the General Assembly, and they are the host with the support of our Department of Science and Innovation, the Academy of Sciences of South Africa, and the African Astronomical Society. So that hosting agreement has already been in place since January 2020. And then in terms of the organizational structure for the organizing committee, you can see here the people who are involved sort of at the National Organizing Committee level. It's myself and Kevin as co-chairs, then Bonita de Swart and Brad Frank leading the Science Committee, Carolina Ottman and Nirush Mohan leading Communications and Outreach. Charles Takalana is leading the Africa Committee. Glenda and Eunice are in charge of Finance. Nuha Solomon is leading Events. And Genevieve is leading the fundraising part of the committee. But I mean, these committees are actually quite big. All in all, we have 40 members, and you can see the structure of the local organizing committees on that URL. So there really is a broad representation as well across Africa. And all of this is done in very close collaboration with the African Astronomical Society. Because of course, if we think back to the time of the bid in 2018, the African Astronomical Society was nowhere near as active as it currently is. But we see the AFAS as the custodians of the legacy of General Assembly 2024. So everything that is being done very much with that in mind. In terms of the context, this slide, you have to start from the bottom and go to the top. So as the National Organizing Committee highlighted in blue there, we're working closely, of course, with AFAS, the African Astronomical Society, and that is to generate community momentum and to keep it going until the General Assembly. And that community is much broader than the community of professional astronomers, right? It's broad enough to involve our community of astronomy enthusiasts, our teams of amateurs, people who are active in terms of science education and outreach. So all of these communities that somehow have a stake in seeing General Assembly 2024 flying. And then, of course, on the other side, we will be liaising with a professional conference organizer, and that's largely for managing the logistics associated with a big meeting. Looking at funding, so we have received confirmation this year of very generous support from South Africa's Department of Science and Innovation. That is funding over the next 3 years that will be used to cover things like pre-General Assembly events. So they, a number of different line items form part of that budget. Some of it relates to deposits in terms of venue and the conference organizer. Other sections of that are around marketing or science outreach activities, potentially scholarships, contribution to African participation in the General Assembly in 2024. It also includes a contribution towards these sort of legacy or flagship projects, where we envisage 2 of these projects, one in science and one more outreach related. And these are projects that we hope to achieve across the African community, so not only for South Africa. And I'm not going to say much about those because the 2 talks that follow this will talk specifically about those flagship coordination. But let me briefly talk about the committees that form part of the National Organizing Committee. So the Science Committee has very close ties with the AFAS Science Committee, and in fact there's a lot of overlap in the membership. Things that the Science Committee are working on are looking at scholarships for African students so that we achieve some of the human capacity development in the run-up to GA 2024. They've also been a key player in preparation for this Africa Forum and for calling for a consolidation of ideas around these Africa-led symposium or focus meetings, or at least where we have a stake and an interest. So for more on that, please see the parallel sessions that focus on science if you're interested in being part of that discussion. And there's also, of course, they're leading the science flagship coordination. The Outreach Committee, again, huge synergies with a very active outreach committee that's part of AFAS. And there's been a lot of milestones already reached through that committee, one of which is this, showing a snapshot here of this map of astronomy across Africa. That's really a fantastic tool and allows you to very quickly go and see what kind of initiatives in terms of professional or amateur or science centers are available on the continent. And of course, there's a lot of work done around specific highlighting of astronomy in alignment with various days, such as Africa Day or the Day of the African Renaissance and those kinds of things. They also have been leading our website and social media presence, which I'll chat about in a moment. And then in terms of the Africa Committee, the principle that pulls that committee together is to ensure that all the activities that are related to the General Assembly, both at and before, have input from and bring benefit to the rest of the continent. So this committee is led by Charles Takalanes, the African Astronomical Society, head of the Secretariat. And the committee has so far been discussing things like tools for communication across Africa, setting targets for participation, specifically for those working in the continent of Africa. And then, of course, our ideas on fundraising are evolving. There's this concept note on looking at alternate sources of funding that may not have been accessed through previous General Assemblies, ways of expanding attendance, side events, industry sponsors, and fundraising dinners. So we've got some fantastic ideas from Genevieve of fundraising as well around different concepts in terms of student training and human capacity development. And also, once we finalized our professional conference organizer, they will be able to guide us as well in fundraising endeavors. So just to highlight communications, this is a slide with all of the need to know phone numbers, email addresses, URLs. And there's an Astronomy in Africa WhatsApp group that you can join by scanning the QR code in this image or by using the link. And then a lot of the communication is happening on a very vibrant website that's mostly run by Carolina as part of the Communication and Outreach Committee. And so if you have a news story about astronomy in Africa that you think would be good to feature on that website, please do get in touch with that. We like to keep it fresh and feature current stories. So maybe just now to move away a bit from the logistics and the committees and those kinds of things, and to think actually more broadly about what we want to achieve with the General Assembly. Because, the General Assembly in itself is a meeting, but it's actually also this huge motivation and milestone that we can use as a community, as an astronomy community in Africa to work towards. And so what we want to have as part of the General Assembly is more than the meeting. It's a vision for what we'd like to achieve in this community over the next 3 years, and the kind of legacy that we'd like to leave for the continent after the close of General Assembly 2024. And so on this slide, there's sort of 8 aspects that we've looked at as part of this vision. And this vision is on the URL at this website, but you've also been sent it in the long email, I think, that you received a couple of days ago about this meeting. There's a Google Doc which you can add comments into. And this is very much a community-driven document. There's been many stages of input in the years since we won the bid, and this document continues to evolve, right? Because it captures the essence of where we want to go in terms of human capacity development, in terms of the infrastructure we need on the continent, not only to support the meeting, but to support collaboration between us. It looks also at sources of funding and how to access those in very different environments, right? Looking at logistics and what the experience will be like for people coming to Africa for the first General Assembly on African soil. It also looks at what opportunities can be unlocked through this meeting, and of course, the kind of legacy that will be left. So just to give you a very quick flavor of some of the things that are in this meeting, I'll go through the next 4 slides, but actually we'll walk through in far more detail this afternoon in the 2:30 session, when we'll actually go through the vision document, and we'll look at what has actually been achieved since the document was started and where we still need to go and what things we may want to add or take out of that document. So in terms of people, what we want to see is a strongly networked astronomy community, which we're already seeing today just through this meeting. We want to see a career development aligned between astronomy and industry, quality collaborative teaching, significant funding for scholarships, and a strong amateur community that's driving an interest in science. In terms of infrastructure, we'd like to see good internet connectivity. We'd like to see access to things like high performance and cloud computing, small telescopes, maybe for teaching or getting started in research, looking at different ways of doing remote observing or data archiving to serve the broader interests of science on the continent. And of course, we want a science program that is somehow integrated into the significant investment in infrastructure and facilities on the continent, right? You can see here this fantastic meerkat image of the center of our galaxy. And so we really want to be exploring these kinds of data sets using expertise on the continent of Africa. We want these research networks to be embedded. We want to have a good balance between teaching and research loads at universities across the continent. And of course, we'd like to see an increased African representation in the IAU membership. In terms of education development and public outreach, there are really some wonderful opportunities for special itineraries around 2024 that play both to outreach and education and development initiatives, and also that showcase some of our facilities. There are, of course, fantastic opportunities as well for public engagement and training in science communication. And of course, some of the development partnerships around challenges that are particularly central for us in South Africa and on the African continent. So that's just a quick flavor of what we'll be walking through in the 2:30 session this afternoon. Slide often doesn't change. Okay, so where are we now? We're at the Africa Forum. This is sort of our roadmap of how we hope to keep the community momentum going over the next couple of years. And what the key milestones are. There'll be appointment of this professional conference organizer within the next month or so. And of course, to highlight that there will be a General Assembly of the African Astronomical Society early next year, probably in March. There's also the European Astronomical Society's Africa-Europe session, which we've submitted a proposal for, and we hope it will be accepted. If so, that session will be happening around the middle of the year in June. There's also the General Assembly of the IAU, which is a huge milestone that will be happening in August next year. And of course, there's planning around possibly having a second Africa Forum for the same time next year. And whilst this is happening, we also have this idea of establishing astronomy centers and various types of pre-events across Africa, both during next year and the following years. So those kinds of centers and pre-events are really going to form some of the topics of discussion over the next couple of days. So at this point, I think I've given you a good overview of where we are, and I can just hand over to Kevin, who will talk a bit more about what we hope to achieve over the next couple of days. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vanessa.
Hold on.
I think in terms of just where we are and where we're going with this forum, we want this really to be a community event, right? And we've always highlighted it as such. But I think I want to just appeal to everyone that, you know, there is something in common that brought us all together here. And that is the love for this continent, right? we're all interested in seeing Africa grow, in seeing astronomy grow on the continent. And so as a group, we are a group of people, this community that has come together has a group that can potentially make a difference on this continent. And this GA 2024 is an opportunity for it. It's an opportunity that we have been presented with as a community. And the question really is, what are we going to do about it? And that's what this forum is all about. It's meant to be a community event. It's meant to be shaped around input from the community. And I think that the structure of the program, we've tried to include, as many of the people that have wanted to give input as to what they're doing in their regions or in their projects about astronomy. And you'll find that in the program today, there's going to be about a 2-hour block where we go through quick talks from many people across the continent to get a flavor of the status of astronomy in Africa. And then it goes into an open discussion. And tomorrow's discussions are very important in terms of the sort of unconference part. And we'll talk about all that later. But really, as Vanessa said, this document is at the core of this forum. We really need a plan to be able to say, this huge community from across the continent, need to work together to realize the potential that this General Assembly brings to the continent, the potential for astronomy in Africa. And so this afternoon, we'll get into more detail, and I just would like to encourage you to really engage and take ownership of this vision. And in that document, by the end of this workshop, we hope that the outcome will be that we will have a solid plan in terms of who is doing what from this community, so that we can start putting together the more detailed logistics leading up to 2024. With those few words, I'll hand over back to Charles.
Thank you very much, Kevin and Vanessa, for that talk and the overview. So I just posted in the chat that you're welcome to post any questions or comments, and maybe we can get to them at the end of the session. So right now we'll move forward to the next talk, and that is by Bradley Frank and Bonita de Swart. That's Science Flagship Intro.
Just share my screen quickly. Okay, so can you see my slides?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks. So hi everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about what we're calling the science flagship concept. And this is something that we've been working on as part of the science subcommittee. And so this talk is very much on behalf of a group of people. And I don't think this talk is going to be too long because we still are, fleshing out some of the details given the funding landscape and plans for the next few years. But I hope that to provide a good idea of the structure and the direction that we're heading for in the next few years. So just to remind everybody, the science subcommittee comprises a group of people who we hope is representative of the interests of the continent. So Bonita and myself, we are the co-chairs, and we have a group that supports us and provides oversight. And I encourage you to email any of us if you have ideas, if you want to get involved, if you need any further information. Please just, we're very happy to hear your thoughts and ideas. So by all means, if you know any of these people and feel comfortable with sharing your ideas with them, please by all means send an email to them. So the science subcommittee, we have two, I would say, broad mandates. And the first one is to facilitate strong African participation and leadership at the GA itself. specifically focusing on symposia and focus meetings. So we hope to provide a platform to discuss ideas and provide material support proposals. So our parallel session on Friday focuses on this mandate. And you will see in our program that we've received quite a lot of really excellent ideas for symposia that are really quite compelling for both the symposia and focus meetings. And given that proposing for a symposium, even for the most seasoned conference organizer, would be a slightly more involved prospect. So we hope to have a discussion and provide information on Saturday that will empower people to submit excellent proposals and to consolidate efforts and momentum across the community for those proposals. The second mandate focuses on something that is slightly more fuzzy, and fuzzy doesn't mean bad. It means that we can define it to be whatever we want it to be, this concept of a flagship projects. And the broad mandate here is to promote growth of astronomy and knowledge transfer in the years leading up to the GA, and culminating in a strong presence of young African astronomers at the General Assembly itself. Our initial focus was on lowering the barrier to entry for African astronomers on large computing facilities, because we see that given the many large and excellent facilities we have on the continent, one of the major barriers to entry remains, what do you actually do with the data when you get it, and how do you exploit the data for your own science case? And a second aspect of that is access to computing and skills development workshops. So I'm going to be focusing on the second part of this mandate, keeping in mind that we would probably have a few more engagements over the next few years. So in terms of astronomy skills development workshops, the idea is that what we are considering to do is to, it would be potentially funded by some of the funding that we have received already. I expect that we will be able to tailor some of the funding via the IAU Hands-on Workshops initiative, which provides access and support and funding for large-scale skills development workshops. The idea is that this will also be potentially co-funded, and I say South African partners here, but I mean broadly African partners. So it will be potentially co-funded by your host country or host institutions. The idea that some of these workshops will be virtual or hybrid, and just using one of these facilities, we are able to at least host a single workshop a year, a single large workshop a year, but hopefully aiming to host a few of them to promote skills development. And essentially, the role of the SSC is to facilitate and promote and to help proposers to achieve these competitive workshops. And so as the science subcommittee, our role is to bring together our access to hardware, funding, scientific support for workshops. So essentially, if once we have packaged this up and put out a call for proposals, potentially in the next year, whether that is via the iHow initiative or whether it's via a different initiative as decided by the SSC, the idea is that the SSC provides material support and we go to our various partners and we try to get material support from them to support these workshops. So in terms of how all of this works together, so remember the SSC, we have representation and access to various institutions and facilities. So on the one hand, we would try to provide linkages to the actual facility that would provide the backbone of a training workshop, for example. One option, we would also be able to tap and secure funding for such workshops. And an additional level of support will be to provide proposal and organizational support to the extent that we can help you write proposals, host the meetings, and provide access to lecturers. And I mean, given that many of our partners in South Africa have quite a lot of experience in running many of these workshops, we should be able to provide a template for these sort of things. So this is basically just one part of the entire pie that we're looking at, right? So given that we don't have that much time, I really just wanted to focus on this. This year we have focused on doing quite a lot of planning and trying to figure out what the landscape is. And I truly believe that, well, we certainly have funding for one of these IHOW initiatives that I will talk about on Friday. But we sincerely hope to put out more information in the next year. Okay, so that's it for me.
All right, thank you, Bradley, for that. In the interest of time, we're just going to move on to the next talk, that is on Outreach Flagship by Carolina Udman and Niruj Mohan.
Thank you. Yeah, Niruj will present for us.
Yeah, thanks, Charles. Yeah, can you see my slides now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so thanks everybody. So we heard both Kevin, Vanessa, as well as Brad talk about how the IAU GA is going to be not just a South African GA, but for all of Africa. And we need to use this opportunity to build up a capacity further across the entire continent so that we can take it forward after the GA and further develop astronomy in our continent, right? So I'm going to talk to you on behalf of me and Carolina, who chair the Communication, Education, and Outreach Subcommittee of the IAU NOC. And I'm also here representing the AFAS Outreach Committee, from where this flagship project idea first came in. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, so the Communication, Education, Outreach Subcommittee is made of these members. There's and each member is representing a particular stakeholder or a particular kind of institution. For example, Civile for schools, Anthony for community liaisons and astrotourism, and so on. You can read here. And if you have any ideas about any of these topics in terms of projects and programs for the IAUGA, please contact some of these people. This list is also available on the IAUGA website as well, right? And we will hear, and on day 3, when we have the outreach panel session, we will hear from each of these people about their vision, their Pan-African vision for those particular topics. Right. So of course we have, so if you look at the vision document, we have a large number of outreach and education ideas to do, which of course is our main bread and butter in terms of public talks or amateur astronomy support or what have you. But like Brad said, it would be good to have a flagship, right? And I want to just spend some time on figuring out what a flagship is, right? A flagship project should be ambitious in scale and scope, as ambitious as this community is. It should have a profound change on outreach practice after the event. It should be Pan-African in nature, and also bring in stakeholders from various backgrounds and various skills and geographies. It should have a continued long-term impact after the GA is finished. It should also be flexible enough to expand later to include new programs in the future after 2024. Right? So the flagship project we kind of came up with through the AFAS, and then now adopted, now presented here by the committee here, is this, right? So we call Africa among the planets, and the idea is that we choose a scale which is familiar to everybody, an astronomical scale familiar to everybody. For us, it's probably the whole universe or clusters of galaxies. But then for the public, it is a solar system, right? That's what they know about. That's what they're familiar with culturally as well as visually and so on. And then we take the largest geographical scale we have, which is the entire continent. And then we kind of, marry the two. And then we say and the idea is that we make a 2-scale model of the entire solar system across all of Africa. Right? So that is basically the idea of the flagship. So this is not new. There is the largest such to-scale model runs across Sweden. There are other models which are around 100 kilometers long in the US. In Africa itself, at least one I know of is in the Hartebeestok Observatory in South Africa. And so this has been done before. The problem, of course, is that the range of diameters of the planets as well as the distances are so vast that if you fix the diameters to be sensible, then the distances are too big for you to cover, and vice versa, right? And therefore, in some sense, Africa, the scale of Africa is the perfect scale to kind of make sure that we represent the sizes and the distances of this entire solar system in a fairly authentic way, right? And since the IUGA is going to be hosted at Cape Town, we thought what better than to put the sun at the Table Mountain itself, and then we wanted the Neptune's orbit to pass through the North African cities like Rabat, Algiers, and Tunis, right? If you do that, then that's 8,000 kilometers distance, and once you fix this 8,000 kilometer distance as the distance between Sun, the Table Mountain, and Neptune, then automatically every other planet or solar system object's distance and size gets fixed, right? And this will then be the largest such model on Earth. So what do you mean by a model, right? So before we go to that, let's look at some of the. So this figure is not the latest because the Neptune's orbit has to pass through northern Africa. So what I plotted here, what we have here are the 8 planets orbits. With the to scale with the sun at Cape Town, right? And you can see that this passes through quite a few countries, probably 20 odd countries. This orbit passes through, right? So the idea is that every country where this orbit passes through, somewhere near the orbit, they can have a project, and what it is will come to later. Okay, but of course, so what does it mean? These are the distances and the diameters. Remember, the distance is in kilometers and the diameter is in meters for this Africa scale solar system, right? And you can see that there's a vast range of numbers. And I think having 8,000 kilometers, I think is perfect, right? So this is made for a continent. So an orbit, each orbit will cut through many countries. So the idea is that each country can have a station or a solar system station or some center anywhere along the orbit in their country, right? So for example, if you have Uranus or Saturn passes through Angola, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, then all the 4 countries can have a station or something going on physically. At some location they choose around at or near the orbit, right? The orbit of 8 planets, of course, do not pass through every African country. They pass through roughly 20 or so. So then what we did was to look for other objects, which we all know. And of course, the most famous object after the planets is the Halley's Comet. So we use the Halley's Comet and incline its orbit such that it passes through some more countries. And then, of course, we need a lot of objects between the orbits of Jupiter and Neptune, right? If you look at here, so Jupiter to Saturn, between Saturn and Neptune, there's a huge gap. So we want to fill the gap with things. So what we thought we would do is we chose this group of what are called Centaur asteroids, whose orbits are exactly in that area. These are typically 100 to 200 kilometer sized objects, so they're fairly big asteroids, and they're well studied. Now we know their sizes, we know their property, the rotation, revolution period, and so on. So we chose the 8 largest Centaur asteroids. And of course, these orbits are very eccentric, right? They're highly elliptical. So we can put these orbits anywhere we want to. So we choose the inclination of every orbit such that every country is covered. So that's the exercise we did, right? So that every country has at least one orbit of some object passing through it. Okay. So let's look at it in a little more detail. So this, for example, is the black line is the orbit of Uranus, right? And it passes through quite a few countries. But then Uranus's orbit is elliptical. So therefore, if you look at the shortest and the largest distance, the perihelion and aphelion, that is the red band, right? So in principle, you can have a station anywhere within the red band. And quite nicely, I mean, I was very happy to see that the Kuntunzi Observatory in Ghana lies inside this band. So no, Kuntunzi Observatory is one of the logical places to have a Uranus station in Ghana, right? Similarly, we can look for, so this is, for example, of course, because of the scale of the solar system, the country hosting the sun will also host the inner planets. That's unavoidable. And I've shown you where the paths are. And here again, it's very interesting that, we can try and make sure that the Meerkat Observatory, Southern Observatory passes through something and so on. So these are the orbits of Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and Ceres, the largest asteroid. And you can see that, by the time you finish Ceres, by the time you leave South Africa, you already covered Ceres, right? And again, these red paths mark the aphelion and perihelion of those objects. Then we thought, okay, of course we need Halley's Comet because everybody loves the Halley's Comet. And therefore so these are three possible orientations of the ellipse to scale. We chose the red one so that each country gets something. So we chose the red one here marked as the orbit of Halley's Comet, right? And then we chose the 8 largest centaurs, as I said, and these are highly elliptical, so we can choose the orientation however we want. And this map shows the 8 asteroids which we've chosen with the position angles which are marked here. The nice thing about all of this is you put them all together, you have at least one orbit of some object passing through every country in Africa. And that's the nice thing, right? Of course, this is not a final map. We'll refine it a bit, but this is where we are at the current moment. And for example, this is a small part of the table we have, which lists the number of objects whose orbits pass through each country. And some countries have 1, many countries have 2 or 3 or 4 objects whose orbits pass through them, which I think is fantastic, right? And Halley's Comet is in pink. The blue ones are the Centaur asteroids. The black ones are the planets. Okay. So what are these stations I keep talking to you about? So the idea is that they could be anything, right? It could be an existing building which has a science context. It could be a planetarium. It could be a university department. It could be a science center. It could be a high school which has a science club or astronomy club. Or it could also be something new you designate as a station, right? And then you have a 2-scale sphere of the object which that orbit is of, right? This can evolve. This center can then evolve into a national center and as well as international center for astronomy, not just astronomy, but also science education in that country, right? For example, you can host astronomy exhibits, the model of the solar system object. You can host small telescopes. It can have classrooms with Wi-Fi. You can have some computers and so on, right? And therefore, this can then become a lot more than just a model of, let's say, Mars or Jupiter, but this can be the center for a lot more activities about outreach, education, etc. Not just astronomy, but also science, right? And some countries can then choose to employ even people to make it a center for STEM, which runs full time, can have training programs, you can have tours and so on. So the scope is very, very vast. It's up to each country to decide how much they want to put in, right? And also because this astronomy is connected, these stations in various countries can talk to each other, and these can be the coordinating centers for Pan-African astronomy projects. For example, people have been doing the Eratosthenes experiment to measure the Earth's diameter. We are now starting a new project in EFAS to do shadow measurements. We can look at sunrise, sunset changes, sunset times across Africa and why they change, and so on and so forth. So all of these centers can then become the coordinating bodies, so that students from different countries then work together, through the computer network, through Wi-Fi, etc., to then do these projects together, and that'll be very, very nice, right? So the idea is we start with a few countries, which are prepared to support these sites where probably they already have a building or something which they can start with, and then explore national level funding as well as continental level funding. For example, the African Union is something we can talk to. Brad's point about the science outreach program is that what we want to suggest is that can the solar system stations, or what you want to call it, can they be co-located with these centers so that all of the infrastructure for astronomy, both in science and outreach, can come together and share space, right? Of course, all of this this project is known to the AFAS people and to the IIU NOC, but I think this is the first time we're presenting it to a larger community here. So it might take a couple of minutes for you to observe what is being presented. But I think all of you will understand that this can only be done when all of us come together. People from every country in Africa come together, and then we take ownership and take it forward in our own respective countries.
Closing the talk.
Sorry?
You can start wrapping up the talk.
Yeah, that's it. I'm done. So then I come back to the first slide. I think this project, I hope, does satisfy all of these principles for what a flagship project is. I'll end there, and I think Carolina will have a couple of things to say very, very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeraj. Oh, you can leave that slide open. Okay. I think it's a very beautiful image. So I think really the message with this flagship is that, like we share the solar system, we share this continent, and we are connected. We're all, under the same sun. We're all orbiting the same sun. And I saw a suggestion in the chat about having a webcam at each station. And I think it's really about, connecting us and building a sense of continental unity, even in, sort of the remote way of functioning of today. And yeah, and if I think this would be, this would be a Guinness Book of Records. It would be the biggest model of the solar system. It would be continental, and like the SKA is a continental vision. I think this would be an equally ambitious continental vision for outreach and communication and education and connecting our communities, whether professional astronomers, astronomy enthusiasts, semi-pro amateurs, or school children and families. So yeah, thank you very much for that, Neeraj. And and I hope we can get as many people helping and collaborating and wanting to be part of this project.
Thank you. Just move on quickly to Kevin to present on the possibility of astronomy hubs to implement flagships. Kevin. Kevin?
Charles, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm just going to very briefly talk about the potential of astronomy hubs. I'm having an issue here that I can't seem to share my Zoom.
We see a dark screen on our side. It's just blank.
Yeah. Okay. But if you can hear me here, this is the basic idea of astronomy hubs. It is an idea that with these flagship projects, we would need parts of the continent to drive activities, and so an astronomy hub would be sort of a focal point for astronomical activities within a particular geographic or language region in Africa. So this could be a potential sort of physical office hosted within a single institution, or a virtual office hosted across multiple collaborating institutions. So the basic idea is that you have these sort of hubs in different parts of the continent, and we raise funds to help support these hubs. And at each hub, you could host part of the different flagships. So it could be a science flagship, outreach flagship. That hub could be used for networking in that particular region, or hosting some infrastructure. So to give you an example, if there's an existing observatory, that observatory could serve as a hub for astronomy in the region, and could coordinate activities in the region, and potentially, if we talk about infrastructure being built or something, it could go to that hub. In that way, they would leverage this idea that they are a focal point, and use that to leverage funding for those activities. Now, the potential tasks for such a hub would be, to basically implement the visions of the GA 2024 and the African Astronomical Society in that region. So I had some slides, but I'm having some technical problems at the moment. So I'm just going to stop there in terms of what the hubs are, and we can take up this conversation again tomorrow in the unconference session. But essentially, think of it as a hub spread across the continent that we can raise funds for, and each hub can host part of the flagships that were described by Brad and Neeraj. Thanks very much, Charles. I'll try and fix my Zoom now.
All right. Okay. Thanks a lot, Kevin. I see that now we have run out of time. We're supposed to be starting with the next session. So I have just asked all the speakers to just respond to any of the comments that are in the chat. And then maybe we can go back to some of these comments also during some of the unconferencing sessions, and also during some of the socializing that's going to be taking place throughout the week. I'm going to head over now to Kevin and Vanessa for the next session. And I just like to thank you all, and just thank all our speakers, and we can maybe just give them a virtual a clap of hands. I'll just clap it off for them and thank them for all speaking during our first session. Thank you, everyone.
Can we just take a short break? Maybe everyone can have a quick leg stretch.
Yeah. So are we back here in 5 minutes then, Kevin?
Yeah. Let's make it in 5 minutes. Some people have asked for sort of a toilet break and things, and we'll be back in 5 minutes with the next chunk of talks.
No.
Hi, can people hear me? I had a technical glitch.
Yes, we can hear you.
I can hear you, Kevin.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so at 5 past the hour, we'll start again. Everyone can have a leg stretch, and in terms of the question, everything is on YouTube, so you can sort of go through the talks again on YouTube. For those that still stay on, I'm just going to try and share my screen so you can maybe. Can you see my screen there?
Yeah, I can see it.
See,
Yes,
I had slides and everything, and technical glitches. I was going to show you these slides. So anyway, that was the pictorial view of what we were talking about with Astro Hubs. Yeah, we'll start the session soon. Okay, 1 minute to go. I'm just going to prepare the videos. Right. It's now 5 past. Just as an intro to this next session, we're going to now play the videos that we received. Now, this is to really try in a very quick way to get an idea of the landscape of astronomy in Africa. And we had a number of registrations. Many people submitted abstracts in terms of what's going on in their region. So this is going to be a very quick browse through. All these videos are available on the webpage, on the program. There are links to the videos, so you can watch them again. But during these videos, please keep notes and please keep the chat going. You can continue in the chat here or on the Slack channel. And so if you have thoughts or anything like that as the talks are played, please jump in. The first set of talks are going to be in terms of current and proposed astronomy research activities on the continent. And we kick off with Kulu from the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Kulu Pasiwe. I'm the head of communication at SARAO, the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, which is a facility of the National Research Foundation. And our duties really include, among others, managing all the radio astronomy initiatives and activities in South Africa, including the Meerkat Radio Telescope in the Karoo. We also are responsible for the geodesy activities at Hatrao, which is another facility that we own and operate between the border of Gauteng and the Northwest provinces. We also are responsible for coordinating the African Very Long Baseline Interferometry Network, the AVN, for the 8 SKA partner countries in Africa, as well as South Africa's contribution to the infrastructure and engineering planning for the SKA. Well, the Meerkat project currently has 64 dishes. The plan is to increase them by another 20 dishes or thereabouts. This will increase both the sensitivity and the spatial resolution of the telescope. And obviously this will help us in terms of making it the most powerful instrument to study the formation and the evolution of the galaxies throughout the history of the universe. In terms of the engineering plan, the extension is going to see the raw sensitivity of the instrument increasing by about 50%. And this, as I say, will ensure that we are able to increase the capacity of the telescope to survey the sky faster, and also to enable it to detect even the faintest astronomical sources. The extension of the Meerkat project has already started now, and the project is expected to be completed by the end of 2023.
Okay, thanks, Yash. Next, we move to Morocco.
Hi, everybody. In this very short video, I will like to share with you an overview about Okeimdan Observatory. To know more about our exciting experience, you can go to this publication, this comment published in Nature Astronomy. And they show the growth of the production in Okeimdan Observatory, which is a part of Marrakesh University. As you see, in Morocco, there are several other universities teaching astronomy and making research in this. Up to now, we have 5 DOM in the Okeimdan in several topics, from exoplanets to near-Earth objects, passing through space, weather, and so on. We have in Morocco several international cooperation, and this last years we are very interested by inter-African cooperation to have more chance to cooperate with our colleagues from African countries. So as conclusion, I can show this very short comments where we state that the small observatory, we need some even a small observatory around Africa to help to increase research in astrophysics domains in the continent.
Hi, good day, conference day.
Thanks, Zoed. The next talk is about the HIRAX from Kavilan in UKZN.
Very good. So I'm Kavi Modi from UKZN, and I'll be talking to you today about HIRAX and the outrigger arrays. As you can see from these logos, the HIRAX project is a large international project. In fact, it's a UKZN global collaboration with many national and international partners and funded by the DSI NRF in South Africa, along with university partners. So HIRAX will be a compact telescope array of up to 1,000 6-meter dishes operating between 400 and 800 megahertz. And we'll be building this array out in several stages to retire risk. The science goals of HIRAX are to study the characteristics of dark energy and to localize fast radio bursts, which I'll be focusing on today. Fast radio bursts are these mysterious millisecond, very bright Jansky level radio bursts discovered about a decade ago, and they remain unexplained. So with the outrigger arrays in African partner countries, we'll be looking to localize these fast radio bursts. And shown here is the primary array, the main array in the Karoo, an outrigger array in Atra, and then we're working with our colleagues in Rwanda and Bios to build outriggers there. So the aim of these outriggers is to improve the localization of these fast radio bursts from arc minute level to a sub-arc second level, and that'll allow us to learn about where they originate in the galaxy and if they are standard objects, in which case they'll be very useful for cosmology. Our progress to date, we're working with partners in Botswana and Rwanda, as I mentioned. Local scientists are being involved, and the outriggers will provide training for students and work for technicians and engineers. Opportunities do exist for outriggers at other locations on the African continent. So if you are interested, please do get in touch with me, and you can direct your questions to my email address here. Thank you very much.
Just a point, if the speakers are here, feel free to add links in the chat where people can get more information on your talk. Now we move to Egypt.
About the astronomy development in Egypt, new facilities and frontiers, we have to say that the Qutbiyya Observatory with the 74-inch telescope is the largest telescope in North Africa and the Middle East. It started its function in 1964 and is still working to observe variable stars, clusters, and galaxies. As a result of increase the construction of new city near the observatory, the light pollution around the observatory increased, and the detection of the faint object is no longer possible as before. Looking at the distribution of large telescopes around the world, we find many large telescopes with mirror diameters up to 8 and 10. Also, at the end of this decade, the 30-meter telescope and the 40-meter telescope will be in operation. By reviewing the geographical distribution of this telescope, we find that there is a gap of large telescope in the Middle East and North Africa. As a result of all this reason, Egypt plans to build a telescope with a diameter of at least 6 meters for sharing the world objects of observational cosmology and extrasolar planets. This is the roadmap of Egypt Large Optical Telescope. It is already started. Also, there is serious steps towards build of radio telescope in North Africa to fill the gap between the telescope of northern and southern hemispheres, and to be part of the international projects. Thank you.
just in terms of the Slack channel as well, we'll try and keep the links that are in the Zoom chat. We'll put it in the Slack channel as well. Now we come back to South Africa.
Hello, I'm Petri Väisänen. I'm the director of SAO, the South African Astronomical Observatory, and welcome to this forum on our behalf. SAO is a national facility of the National Research Foundation of South Africa. And as such, our core mandate is to provide facility service to the astronomical community, telescopes, instruments. And in addition to that, we're also a research institute. In itself, we do research, we do original research using our telescopes and many others. And in doing all that, one of our core passions is also training. We supervise students, train students, master's, PhD students, and I'm very glad to see that, for example, many professional astronomers around the African continent at some point or another have been either studying here or doing observations here or such. And in supporting those facilities, we have also state-of-the-art, top-notch workshops. We build instruments, develop instrumentation, so we're into technology as well. But our core functions are in Sutherland, and let me show a brief clip here on what it looks like. those of you who haven't visited Sutherland, that's where our telescopes are. This picture is a little bit old. There's a couple of more extra ones there by now already. This is from the SALT, our largest telescope, international collaboration 10-meter class SALT telescope. This is one of the older ones, but all in all, stop there just for a second. Our goal is to combine all of these into a lean, mean, giant single machine, which we call the Intelligent Observatory Initiative. So this is our vision going for this decade. Not doing individual observing on telescopes, although that of course still can happen as well, but really address the needs of rapid science follow-up of data delusion astronomy found nowadays and this decade. So this is a big project in our vision. And yeah, the headquarters are still in Cape Town. This is a picture of our Cape Town facility. We turned 200 years last year. And just finally, so you look at Cape Town and what this forum is about in planning for the General Assembly. We at SAO are really excited of this future, bringing the whole astronomical community of the world to Cape Town in a couple of years' time, 2024. And there's many people within this organization who are already part of those plans, contributing to it. And in this forum, yes, let's come up with great plans, how to make the most of it for South African astronomy, for African astronomy, now that the GA is here at the same time. It is a great opportunity for us, and wishing for all the best for all of us in this forum. Thanks very much.
Just to say that we're going to try and get all the links together other than the Slack, but we can also put it somewhere on the website. Now we're going to change wavelength and go to gamma rays.
Hello, I'm Marcos Pecha, Chair of the South African Gamma Ray Astronomy Program, or SA Gamma, which I'm briefly introducing to you in this presentation. SA Gamma is a consortium of 6 institutions in South Africa and Namibia that coordinates research and funding for gamma ray astronomy and high-energy astrophysics. In South Africa and Namibia, it's focusing primarily on our involvement in gamma ray observatory facilities like the high energy stereoscopic system HESS in Namibia, currently the largest operating ground-based gamma ray observatory, CTA, which will be the next generation Cherenkov telescope array, the Fermi Gamma Ray Space Telescope, and neutrino astrophysics with IceCube MK and 3NET. Members of SA Gamma are 24 permanent staff scientists, 10 postdocs, 27 PhD, and 36 master students at the following 6 institutions. There's the University of Namibia in Windhoek, Northwest University in Potchefstroom. In Johannesburg, we have the University of Johannesburg and Wits University. In Bloemfontein, we have the University of the Free State. And in Cape Town, we have the South African Astronomical Observatory. To put in context, the major astronomy facilities that we have in South Africa and Namibia are Hess near Windhoek in Namibia, there's Salt near Sutherland, and of course Meerkat, which will eventually grow into the SKA. For the IAU General Assembly 2024, one thing that we are considering is to propose a mini symposium on very high energy gamma ray astronomy, in particular since in 2024, we will be celebrating 20 years of operations of HESS, and we will also be looking forward to science prospects for the CTA. Thank you.
Hello. And now we're going to move over into a talk on stellar occultations, and there's been a number of activities happening in West Africa around this.
Hello, this is Ann Burbisher from the University of Virginia speaking today about stellar occultations in Africa in support of NASA's New Horizons and Lucy missions. Stellar occultations occur when asteroids or Kuiper Belt objects pass in front of a distant star, casting their shadow on the Earth. Portable telescopes strategically placed can watch the star blink out and reappear as the asteroid or KBO passes in front of it. These events provide orbit refinement, which in turn refines spacecraft navigation when approaching flyby targets. They also provide size and shape information because the dimensions of the shadow match those of the asteroid or KBO. In 2017, NASA sent 12 telescopes to South Africa to observe a stellar occultation by the New Horizons KBO flyby target Arakoth. Although no occultation was observed while in Africa, the team learned about the Africa Initiative for Planetary and Space Science, or AFIPS, and began a collaboration. In 2018, working with AFIPS and ASPA, the Association for the Promotion of Astronomy in Senegal, NASA sent 20 telescopes to Senegal to observe another stellar occultation by Arakoth just 5 months prior to the spacecraft's flyby in January 2019. 2 telescopes saw the star disappear, providing valuable astrometric information that enabled New Horizons cameras to fill their field of view with the full extent of Arakoth at the highest possible spatial resolution. In 2020, the ASPA led and organized a campaign to observe a stellar occultation by asteroid Polymele, one of the Lucy mission flyby targets. Finally, earlier this month, ASPA again led and organized a campaign to observe a stellar occultation by asteroid Horus, another Lucy mission flyby target. NASA sent 10 telescopes, and at least 6 of those saw the star disappear, enabling Horus's shape to be measured. These 4 stellar occultations in Africa have provided to both the New Horizons and Lucy missions valuable astrometric, shape, and size information about their targets so they can optimize the science return from their close flybys.
And now we come back to the University of Cape Town.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you for the opportunity to present and introduce the Department of Astronomy at the University of Cape Town. The department was established in 1970, and we celebrated our 50th anniversary last year. Astronomers in the department specialize in data-intensive observational astronomy, mostly optical and radio astronomy, but also other wavelengths, and also including computational astrophysics as well. In broad terms, we can characterize the research carried out here as focused on stellar astrophysics, compact binaries, as well as extragalactic multi-wavelength astronomy. And that research focus is best visualized when we look at the titles of 178 papers that were published in 2020 and 2021. And if you look at the word clouds based on those titles, you can see radio surveys featuring strongly galaxies, optical, and Meerkat. So we use Meerkat a lot, as well as SALT and other national facilities. And we have joined positions with the South African Astronomical Observatory, and of interest for this discussion here as well this week, we host an undergraduate major in astrophysics since 2006, and we see a rapid increase in the number of students registered for that. So this year alone, there are 42 third-year students who all want to graduate with a BSc in astrophysics. We've been a node of the National Astrophysics and Space Science program since 2003, and we contribute tremendously to the number of PhD students graduated. In the last decade alone, UCT Astronomy has graduated 30 PhD students from South Africa, from the African continent, who all contribute to the growth of astronomy on the continent. If you want to know any more about the department, please feel free to email me. My name is Patrick Wout. I'm the head of department, and I look forward to engaging with you during this week. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
And now we get a little bit more into the science on Moroccan meteorites.
Hi, my name is Giorgio Senesi. I am from Bari. I'm working at CNR. Our proposal is to investigate the role and performance of handheld laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy device in the context of meteorite research exploration. This proposal would represent the first attempt to apply H-LIBS in a meteoritical field campaign. H-LIBS is expected to provide new insights and a relevant contribution to the classification and preservation of meteorites. Up to January 2021, meteorite recoveries in the African continent represented more than 19.5% of all meteorite known finds worldwide. Africa represents so a prolific place for meteorite recovery. In order to preserve Moroccan meteoritical heritage, the first meteorite museum in Africa, in Agadir, was created in 2016. LIBS, laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy, is an analytical method to determine qualitatively and quantitatively the elemental composition of solid, liquid, or gas samples. Utilizes a pulsed laser that vaporizes a small region of a sample approximately 100 microns in diameter and 5 to 10 microns in depth. The resulting plasma cools and emits light in the UV visible IR range that is captured by a spectrometer. One of the primary attributes of LIBS as an analytical technique is its simplicity. So the fast data acquisition and minimal sample preparation requirements, the detection and quantification of light elements, and the depth profile analysis make it an extremely attractive tool. Thank you very much.
We have used data from the literature to discover two ionized bubbles at the epoch of reionization. The reionization was an epoch in which
Am I muted?
star-forming galaxies produce enough photons to ionize the medium. Essentially, the reionization occurred because bubbles were formed and these bubbles merged to each other until the whole universe became ionized. So what we have done is to use data coming from Vancela et al. In 2011 and Castellano et al. In 2018. These authors use only Laman alpha sources to claim bubble barely formed after 500 million years. We have used not only the Laman alpha sources, but also 14 Laman Bray galaxies that they also discovered, and a set of low luminosity sources that was statistically derived from Bowen's 2015, in which Bowen gave surface density, and from that we derive the number of low luminosity sources. So the main result are that two bubbles are easily formed with the number of ionizing continuum photons existing in this ambience. Possibly one bubble is formed by merging these two bubbles. The low luminosity sources are the main contributors
Hi, I think there was a small technical problem there. I'm going to play that video again. Sorry about that. 1 second. Okay, this is, I'm playing that last video again. There was a problem with the playing.
The medium.
Okay, here it goes.
We have used data from the literature to discover two ionized bubbles at the epoch of reionization. The reionization was an epoch in which star-forming galaxies produced enough photons to ionize the medium. Essentially, the reionization occurred because bubbles were formed and these bubbles merged to each other until the whole universe became ionized. So what we have done is to use data coming from Vancela et al. In 2011 and Castellano et al. In 2018. These authors use only Laman alpha sources to claim bubble barely formed after 500 million years. We have used not only the Laman alpha sources, but also 14 Laman Bray galaxies that they also discovered, and a set of low luminosity sources that was statistically derived from Bowen's 2015, in which Bowen gave surface density, and from that we derive the number of low luminosity sources. So the main result are that two bubbles are easily formed with the number of ionizing continuum photons existing in this ambience. Possibly one bubble is formed by merging these two bubbles. The low luminosity sources are the main contributors in terms of ionizing continuum photons. And the literature is full of data that can be used or can be exploited to produce first-class science.
Okay, now we're going to move on to the African BLBI network.
Hi, I'm Carla Sharp. I'm the Africa Program Manager for the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory. So we're implementing the AVN, the African BLBI network. This is across our 8 partner countries in Africa. These partner countries supported our bid to host the SKA. We have completed our first refurbishment of an old telecoms dish in Ghana. And at the Kuntunzi site, we now have an operational radio telescope. We're looking to our other partner countries to either refurbish old telecoms dishes or to perhaps implement new infrastructure, new dishes, potentially even maybe SKA1 dishes, we can hope. We have many combined programs. We partner with DARA, Doppler, Jumping Jive, to do education and outreach programs. We also have our Soraya Human Capital Development Program, where we offer bursaries to our partner countries. So we have a holistic approach to this program. We're looking to address human capital development, the implementation of infrastructure, and partnership and collaboration. We've had many challenges in resourcing between our partner countries and even ourselves with the pandemic. There have been a number of challenges to travel, etc. And to address these challenges, we've developed the co-location program. And this is where we're looking at these sites to co-locate other science instrumentation, data facilities, and satellite receiving ground stations. The first pilot of these has been implemented in Ghana. And now we're looking to sites that not only do radio astronomy and space sciences, but remote sensing, innovation, data sciences, etc. So we hope to roll these out across Africa, that we have a network of these sustainable sites in the future. Thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free to get in touch with me.
Okay, now we're going to move into the space sciences.
Why is it important? What is the threat? What is the impact on technology? How does it differ from terrestrial weather? What is space weather? The Earth, our home, orbits our life-giving star called the Sun. The Sun is not only extremely hot, with a surface temperature of about 6,000 degrees Celsius, but it also has certain activities happening on its surface, like solar flares, coronal mass ejections, storms, and heat, basically emitting millions of particles, radiation, and energy into space. This causes space weather. And even though the Sun is about 150 million kilometers away from Earth, our planet can still be affected by space weather. Just like Earth's weather has seasons, space weather has seasons too. The Sun has a cycle of about 11 years, known as solar minimum, with low solar activity, and solar maximum with high solar activity. But even during times of low solar activity, solar storms and solar flares may occur. Solar flares are giant explosions on the surface of the Sun that occur when twisted magnetic field lines suddenly snap and release massive amounts of electromagnetic energy. A solar flare takes about 8 minutes to reach Earth and travels at the speed of light. Charged particles from solar storms can reach the Earth in a mere 20 minutes, while coronal mass ejections, which is a large cloud of charged particles, will take 1 to 4 days to reach the Earth. When the magnetic field of a coronal mass ejection interacts with the Earth's magnetic field, it causes a temporary disturbance known as a geomagnetic storm. Space weather is constantly interacting with our Earth's magnetic field, but the impact of a space weather storm will not harm humans and other life forms on Earth, as we are protected by the Earth's magnetic field. The Earth is a giant magnet, and the field it generates acts like a shield against solar particles and radiation. However, our astronauts, the aviation sector, and satellites are at risk. If satellites are hit by space weather, radio communications, telecommunications, navigation and weather services may be affected, and many more electronics can suffer hardware errors and failures. This can disturb internet connectivity, have an effect on your cell phone, interrupt satellite TV, and even cause radio blackouts. In severe cases, the power grid may be damaged. Astronauts also have to be aware of space weather and should avoid spacewalks during space weather events in order to avoid the radiation from the Sun. Passengers and crew on long-haul flights can also be exposed to radiation during space weather events, which is why the International Civil Aviation Organization recommends that space weather information be included into flight plans. But the effects of space weather interacting with our magnetic field can also be spectacular. The magical lights in the sky called aurora are an effect of space weather storms such as solar wind, solar energetic particles, and coronal mass ejections. And while we enjoy the beautiful views from our balconies, looking up into the sky, we can remember that our magnetic field is working non-stop to keep our planet safe. Scientists from around the world are constantly monitoring the Sun and our magnetic field to predict space weather and warn of their effects. The South African National Space Agency is expanding to do this on a 24/7 basis and offers several products and services to mitigate the effects that space weather may have.
Okay, you see that I know in many parts of Africa, space science and astronomy are part of the same group or same organization. Last talk in this session is going back to Morocco.
Hello, I'm Abdelmajid Benida from Laboratory of High Energy Physics and Astrophysics at Université Kadiyat Marrakesh in Morocco. Let me introduce you our observatory, Okamden in Morocco. There are many projects carried out about spectroscopy, photometry, and other thematics. Our instruments of spectroscopy, you can show it in this slide. The team installed this measurement instrument in Okamden at 2014. Our experiment combined at the same time photometric and spectroscopy measurement of a stellar target. Through spectrophotometry, we aim to develop the field of pulsating stars, especially the atmospheric dynamic of high amplitude pulsators, such Rayleigh and Scotty, in order to establish new models of the mechanical and thermal behavior on their atmosphere. Our spectrometric measurement carried out in Rayleigh star and Scotty since 2011, with collaboration with many observatories like Observatory of the Haute Provence in France and to Université Leuven from Belgium, and also with some African countries. We prove that with small telescope, we can release campaign and adopt good and interesting results for the study of variable star. And now we continue to carry out a spectroscopy measurement campaign in parallel with photometric measurement to test satellite. Here we can show quickly a main interesting famous result. As for the first time, we have observed the first emission by Tetra, and we can explain various phases in blanche during the minimum. This some result, other results, and let me tell you about the future school in the spring school was in 2022 in Marrakesh. So welcome to this school, and you are welcome to Angers. So. Thank you, and see you soon.
Sorry, that rounds up the talks for the first session. So this now gives you a very quick overview of research activities on the continent. I'm just going to pause here because it's been a lot of talks, one after the other. Are there any comments or any questions? And once again, my apologies for the technical glitches there. I think my computer couldn't handle all the videos. So any comments or are there sort of groups or activities going on in terms of research on the continent that should be included in this list? Please continue the chats on Slack and on the Zoom chat. So I just want to see if anyone has anything to say. Okay. Then shall we do another jump in for the next phase of outreach projects? Feel free to raise your hands if you have any quick comments before we dive into the next phase. Right. let's continue this journey at high pace, and we're going to now move into the next block, which is current and proposed and astronomy outreach activities. Right, let me see, people are chatting away. Right, I'll share now and we can get going. Right, starting off with the big picture, IU Women in Astronomy.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mamta Pomir, a low-frequency radio astronomer working on SK and Pathfinder-related projects. I'm the new chair of IUU Women in Astronomy Working Group. This is Priya Hassan, our co-chair, and on behalf of our working group, we thank the IAU Virtual Forum for African Astronomy community for giving us this opportunity to present our working group activities in this meeting. So women in astronomy and STEM are underrepresented, with only 20% women holding permanent position in European countries and even worldwide. And this STEM gap is mostly due to gender stereotype, male-dominated field, lack of role models, and performance anxiety. All these factors stereotype against females, especially mothers, discrimination, bias against females, and neglect of women expertise are feeding to this glass ceiling effect, which is basically an invisible growth barrier in women's career. This feeds to gender imbalance in the work environment that leads to an unhealthy and unsafe working environment. Remember, women are facing all sorts of harassment, physical and mental, at their workplace. So how to solve this problem? We need to engage graduates equally, male and female, which is at least being done in European countries. But then we need to also recruit women postdocs, retain mothers with 10+ year experience after their PhD, and sustain women career in order to maintain gender balance. You can see here the percentage of women researchers keeps going down from PhD to a senior position in research. So how do we do that? We provide funds, position, flexibility at work, and physical and mental support. So IAU Women in Astronomy Working Group is committed to the development of career of women researchers and maintaining gender balance at work environment. And for this, we are engaging women researchers from all over the world and creating awareness via our newsletters and all sorts of activity like the seminar series and training program. And we are equally inviting male researchers to participate in our activities and to create awareness. We are doing fundraising activities to support the career of women researchers, and we thank all the IAU offices equally for supporting our activities on the social media. And IAU supports women career in research, however we need funds. So we invite all the colleagues present in this forum to come and join our activities and participate in our programs. And we look forward to collaborate with you, and we'll be very happy to answer all your queries and build projects with you. So this is our contact email, and this is our webpage. So please feel free to write us and to let us know if you have any queries, and I'll be very happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a nice meeting. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Daniel.
So that was an overview of the IU work, and now we're moving to the South African Astronomical Observatory. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Daniel Kanema, and I am the Science Engagement Astronomer at the South African Astronomical Observatory in Cape Town, South Africa. Today I'd like to talk to you about inspiration and engagement with astronomy through Koi and Sand Star Law, which is a series of projects we've been running here at the observatory over the past year or two. Rather than try and go into too much detail in this short time, I'd like to refer you to a recent TED talk that I gave, a TEDx talk at TEDx Riversdale. If you'd like to learn more about what we're working on, you can Google TEDx Riversdale, where you'll see my talk and others. Alternatively, drop me an email at daniel@sao.ac.za, and I'll be able to give you the link where you can see some of the current projects we're working on. We're working on 3 projects at the moment: Star Law animations, some art installations for our new visitor center in Cape Town, as well as planetaria films. So there are an array of different elements that we have included in these, and to find out more, please view the TEDx talk. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Susan.
So now we move to Kenya for the traveling telescope.
Hi everyone, my name is Susan Mirabana. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the Traveling Telescope. I'm very excited to be able to share this video with you about what we do. We are a social business registered in Kenya, and our business focuses on tourism, rather astrotourism and education. We've tried to set it up in a way that our project can be sustainable. Now, Africa and Kenya, where I come from, has beautiful dark skies, landscapes, wildlife, beautiful beaches, and an addition of the night sky can be a selling point for local and international tourists who are willing to pay to come and enjoy views through a telescope or even just learn about the night sky. The finances that are made through that project can be used to visit schools in areas that are similar to where these beautiful lodges are, and that could benefit and inspire kids into astronomy. That is how we've set our project, where we have our guests look through our telescope with an effort of inspiring the kids around that area to also enjoy views through the same telescope and enhance their learning experience. We think this is something that will be useful as a traveling telescope to promote within the continent, to connect with other outreach people, professional astronomers, and kids, and to enjoy the beautiful dark skies across the continent. Hopefully, this can be one of the projects we can have during the preparations for the IAU General Assembly in 2024 in an effort to educate more people about astronomy and get them interested to attend IAU, but also in an effort to get as many people from across the globe to learn more about Africa and its beauty in terms of astronomy. So I hope that we'll be able to have a project across Africa as a traveling telescope and visit across Africa. Thank you.
Next, we'll learn about African science stars.
Inkomfa yezenzululwazi e-Africa, and that means welcome and hello to everyone who is in attendance at this particular forum. My name is Unati Gondile, the editor of African Science Stars magazine, which is a product of Science Stars Pty Ltd, a company that we started in 2011 together with Madame Rambuda. We produce a magazine that goes throughout the entire African continent. Well, that is the plan. We're starting off with the SADC countries right now. So we are working with a number of universities, government departments, and also private public entities, that support the sciences, particularly astronomy. So we are very interested in the program that is taking place during the course of the next few days. And we would like to see what partnerships we can create with some of the speakers on the program, as well as the institutions. The idea for Science Stars, or African Science Stars magazine, is to create content that is accessible, make science sexy through writing it in the simplest form. And we're also planning to go into the vernacular with the African Science Stars magazine. So for the various African countries that we go into, we'd also like to translate this content into the vernacular. We've learned that sometimes it is not necessarily that people cannot grasp science concepts, but because the language is not their language, it sometimes creates a barrier. So we should also be considering how we use the media as well as language to make the sciences accessible, even to your most rural young person that we target. We target first-year students at university, we target high school learners, and they've been quite eager to get copies of this magazine since 2011, and we continue to produce it for them. And we hope that you will find it within yourselves to grab a copy. We're also available online, www.assap.co.za, for the PDF versions of our magazine. So you can see some of the things we've done. We profile scientists, we've written about various science institutions, women in science. There's a lot going on. Careers, particularly careers, in an economy that is hard hit by COVID-19. We are very, very focused on making sure that people can see that there are career options within the sciences, particularly astronomy. So with that, we'd like to thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you in Cape Town in 2024. We believe you're all coming here, the IAU, which will be held in Africa for the very first time. So we look forward to seeing you here, and we hope that you're going to enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Right, next we go to Benin.
My name is Prudence Ivy. I'm from Benin. I'm young, amateur astronomer and space ambassador in my country. Thank you to have me for this forum on astronomy in Africa. I'm here to talk to you about astronomy outreach and development in my country. Astronomy is still underdeveloped and we do not have teaching program, research project, and many people, include university students and lecturers, are still ignorant about astronomy. But we have two amateur astronomy clubs. The first was created in 2003 and the second was founded by me in 2021. My club name is Saris Astro Club Benin and we work mainly at University of Abomey-Calavi to promote astronomy and space science with university students, especially those in STEM, and to engage them in research projects. We organize 4 activities since May 2021. These include outreach activity in university amphitheater,
We just have a technical glitch. Give us a few moments to get it straight. Thanks.
Okay, sorry about that.
My name is Prudence Ivy. I'm from Benin. I'm young, amateur astronomer and space ambassador in my country. Thank you to have me for this forum on astronomy in Africa. I'm here to talk to you about astronomy outreach and development in my country. Astronomy is still underdeveloped and we do not have teaching program, research project, and many people, include university students and lecturers, are still ignorant about astronomy. But we have two amateur astronomy clubs. The first was created in 2003 and the second was founded by me in 2021. My club name is Saris Astro Club Benin and we work mainly at University of Abomey-Calavi to promote astronomy and space science with university students, especially those in STEM, and to engage them in research projects. We organize 4 activities since May 2021. These include outreach activity in university amphitheater, international events such as Asteroid Day, On the Moon Again, NASA Space Apps. This was an occasion to talk them about asteroid, solar system, moon space technology, and answer the question of student and lecturer about astronomy and science in general. For the month to come, we plan to organize a lot of activities. These include National Day of Astronomy, and I'm also work on a bill paper to sort out the advantage astronomy and space science could bring in Benin in order to create national space strategy. I will be very glad to have help of any people in Africa to help me engage and develop more astronomy in Benin. I'm still engaged and I will continue working to promote more astronomy in my country. Thank you.
Okay, now we come back to South Africa. Sorry about the technical glitch there. Here we go.
Hi, colleagues. My name is Roger Dean, and I'd like to tell you about a very exciting project happening at Wits University. We're upgrading our planetarium to a digital dome. Now, the planetarium has a very proud history, 61 years old and still the largest in sub-Saharan Africa, but we'd really like to upgrade it into being in step with the kind of technological iconic projects that we're seeing on the continent today, including the square kilometer array. That upgrade will make it an ideal location for science engagement, as it has been, but now for far broader fields than just astronomy. Of course, in the big data science era, we really see visualization as being a key component of that and sparking new ideas. So these are the 3 components to the dome. And really, this is one of our centenary legacy projects, which FITS will celebrate next year. So continuing on this history of science engagement, we used to have pre-COVID 60,000 learners passing through the facility per year. We see that expanding enormously as we broaden the reach far beyond astronomy. Of course, we see astrotourism opportunities with the facility, international visitors passing through Gauteng and moving to other sites. There's the broader public within the Gauteng region, perhaps not familiar with astrotourism possibilities. We can showcase the national facilities, of course, to those that can't travel to them, and a host of other opportunities as well. Now, specifically to the IAU GA 2024, we really see this as an opportunity to showcase African-based astronomy research infrastructure. We see this as being potentially a Gauteng node of some of the outreach activity that will be happening during the GA here in South Africa. And then, of course, it can be a location for streaming GA presentations. So we certainly welcome other ideas. Please do get in touch if you want to be involved with this exciting project at Wits University.
Dear chairs and chairperson of International Astronomical Union, distinguished members, we all are aware of the importance and the role of astronomy either in research, gas station constellation outreach, and we all know how we can mobilize resources to invest positive impacts that can create for the mid-Africa challenges. My name is Thierry Machachangoli from Benin Republic. I'm currently the national point of contact for Benin as Space Generation Advisory Council in supported United Nations program. I'm AIF International Astronomical Federation members as well, and founder and director at Cosmolab Hub. Coming to GGA with some recommendations toward astronomy outreach across Africa countries in support and collaboration diversities. We have to promote astronomy based on our traditions in Africa, in every culture and everywhere in Africa countries, by organizing and creating gaming activities, films, cartoon design programs. We had to organize and making general awareness campaign on the themes related to astronomy as well as the newness with cosmology and religions. We need to elaborate curricula by level of astronomy education for schools and universities adapted to the cultural and indigenous realities of Africa, based solving all the problems Africa and genders aspects. We have to encourage ministries of primary, secondary, and university education to make into account the teaching programs of astronomy in the curricula following the pedagogical evaluation in all African countries. Those recommendations are from my side and for GGA. Thank you for taking in considerations.
Okay, next to Nigeria.
Good day, everyone. I'm Obi Ikechukwu, an astronomer at the Center for Basic Space Science. Due to the time limitation of 2 minutes, I will basically skip through my slides. This is an introduction of radio astronomy, the components of a radio telescope, and the role of radio astronomy in education. It involves various disciplines: mathematics, engineering, computer, astronomy, and physics. We have designed low-cost, affordable, and portable antennas in Center for Basic Space Science. These antennas are unique in the sense that they are affordable, compact, and portable. We have various antenna types designed: the horn, the yagi, the helical, and the parabolic dish antennas. Here is the horn antenna operating at the frequency of 1420 megahertz and a gain of 18 decibel. The horn can actually be flattened and packaged in a box. Here is the block diagram of the receiving system. And then we have the yagi antenna also operating at 1420 megahertz and a gain of 15 decibel, 22 elements. It can also be flattened and enclosed in a box, hence very portable for outreach. And we have the helical antenna. This can actually be used as a feed in our indigenous 10-meter dish. And then last, we have the 3-element interferometer that we made using TV satellite dishes, but the front-end electronics are from reputable radio astronomy suppliers like mini-circuits. These are some of the close-up views of a single dish of the 3-element interferometer. Data acquisition is done using new radio softwares, and the receiver we employed is the software-defined receiver. These are some of our planned and ongoing projects. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, next we really go virtual with the virtual observatory.
Virtual observatory tools for astronomy in developing countries. The idea of the virtual observatory projects began around the year 2000. All VO projects belong to the International Virtual Observatory Alliance to enable coordination among them. The VO allow users to interrogate multiple data centers in a seamless way and to make the best use of astronomical data. Virtual observatory facilities are open to everyone, and even limited internet access is sufficient to enable any astronomer to use data and tools provided through various VO portals. So astronomers in the developing world who have only limited facilities in their own centers can therefore participate in frontline research and can use the data in the same manner that colleagues in the most advanced centers do. Many interesting science topics can be conducted using VO tools, and these range over different fields of research with galactic, extragalactic, and cosmological science. On the right are examples of some research topics undertaken using VO. In addition to enabling research, VOs also offer excellent public outreach platform for spreading awareness to young students as well as to the public through the use of professional tools such as Aladdin and Steralium. So virtual observatory facilities are open to everyone, and African astronomers can actively utilize VOs to conduct cutting-edge research, spread awareness to students and to the public, and to establish research collaborations and partnerships. Thank you.
Okay, now to Mauritania.
The Office for Astronomy Outreach is a bridge between the community of amateur astronomers, scientists, professionals, and general public. As a national outreach coordinator, this allows me to learn more and be a part of international support community to make astronomy more accessible for everyone.
Great video. Now to Pan-African Project.
My name is Ofodun CN. Good day, everybody. I'm from CBSS and World Office in Nigeria. I'm here to briefly talk on Pan-African School for Emerging Astronomers, PASIA, how we overcame challenges to create a Pan-African project. PASIA is a short course in astronomy and space science that is designed to address the human capital needs of Africa, thereby fostering socio-economic development in line with some key UN Sustainable Development Goals. PASEA is being organized by a team of astronomers from Africa and the rest of the world. Over the years, our goals have been to build a critical mass of astronomers, scientists, and engineers across Africa. 2, to build a community among African scientists. 3, to share ideas about teaching and learning between Africa and the rest of the world. Throughout these years, since the inception of PASEA, genuine partnership has helped us to grow and sustain PASEA, and that is what astronomy needs in Africa. We need genuine partnership in order to grow and sustain astronomy in Africa. Under the genuine partnership, we believe in oneness of purpose. All of us in PASEA are desirous to succeed. All of us have passion to create an indelible mark in Africa. Say, under the genuine partnership, we believe in strategic planning, pre-school planning, in-school planning, and post-school planning. We strategically select our host, select our participants in order to meet up with our geographical spread as well as gender balance. We strategically, during in-school planning, pair our instructors in order to encourage intercultural exchange. Again, in post-school planning, we believe in strategic evaluation of each PASEA school in order to know where to improve upon. We also believe in mentorship program. Presently, we have about 240 alumni, and we've been mentoring them, and most of them are doing great in different postgraduate schools in universities across the world. We believe in early planning. It takes us 2 years to plan and execute each PASEA school. These are the sites of past PASEA school we've had. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, now we move to Libya for astronomy outreach activities there.
Hello, Africa, and everyone around the world. I am Amjad Khorwat, and I am the IAU National Outreach Coordinator of Libya. Libya has a great geographical position in the continent of Africa, and it has also a great geological features, from mountains to deserts, where you can watch the night sky very clearly. In Libya, we have a main association, or let's say foundation, that is concerned with doing astronomy outreach. We educate people about astronomy, and we try with every article we translate or we create to spread the scientific thinking within society. This foundation's name is Ru'ya for Astronomy and Space Applications Foundation. So we are working in many occasions as a credible source of information about weather forecasts, about astronomical events. One of the projects we're starting now is the astronomy clubs. We did that project with the Ministry of Education, the Libyan Ministry of Education, and it's starting during the next month. Also, we're gonna have another project, and this is one of the potential collaboration we can do with many countries in Africa, which is a science communications workshop for science teachers in schools and high schools. This is, I believe, with this we can enhance the idea of science and make a lot of people interested in it.
Okay, now Ethiopia.
Hello everyone, my name is Kirubin Membero. I am the Deputy National Outreach Coordinator for IAU OAO. Our team consists of 3 personnel, Mr. Alemi, who is our NOC, and our volunteer, Haile Jesus Wonderson. Even though we are 3 in person, we work in collaboration with different astronomical and space science related organizations in Ethiopia, such as the Ethiopian Space Science Society, the Space Science Technology Institute, the Dot Observatory, and parent IAU organizations such as the East African Office for Astronomy Development, and OAE. We also work with the Space Generation Advisory Council and the Dark Sky Association. In our works, mostly we work in community engagement and outreach. We have held several outreach events to schools and the community at large. We have demonstrations, we had schools for students, and so on. In the recent years of the COVID pandemic, we have retreated to virtual events. We have had webinars and virtual stargazing events, and also several outreaches in the virtual arena. We have also worked with amateur astronomy clubs in collaboration, and we try to engage with them and we work together. We had an Astrobus project, which technically consists of professional astronomers who boarded on a bus and went into parts of the country which are in disadvantage. So we have three of these events actually, and we went to the northern and to the southern part of the country, where we communicated with the community at large. We have had an amazing experience there. Our NOC network needs to work more in workshops, in experience sharing and collaborative works. This way we can grow more. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, I am Sumaya Saad from Egypt. I am the head of team of Egyptian outreach. I will give an overview about astronomical outreach facilities and activities in Egypt. Egypt has long, so far, heritage history in astronomy. Also, the National Research Institute of Astronomy and Geophysics, which established in 1903, has many facilities for academic study and outreach facilities. It has the Historical Astronomy Museum and the Solar Observatory and the Optical Observatory in Kutamiya, which is a large telescope in North Africa and the Middle East until now. Also, there is many publication of simplified books in astronomy for simplified information for kids, for students, and the public. Also in Mariage, we follow all astronomical phenomena all over the year and around all the year. Also, there is many public lecture about solar storms, about lunar and super moon and sun solar eclipses. Also, we celebrated every year the Asteroid Day with many events through around the 30th of June. In Upper Egypt also we follow the very rare phenomena about sun orthogonality on the Ramses II. We cheer the public, the student and the kids or the event every year. Also, we're sharing the 100-hour astronomy programs and IE programs about World Space Week and sun orthogonality in Egypt in 2022. There is many other ways which also dealing with the astronomy for public and the kids and for students, like Cosmic Village Exploration City and Alexandria Planetarium. This is the website that you can find us through it. Thank you.
Okay, the last talk for this session, we go to Botswana.
My name is Moili Kobate, and I'm the National Outreach Coordinator for Botswana. The Office of Astronomy Outreach is all about building bridges between the International Astronomical Union and the global astronomy community for amateur astronomers, outreach professionals, science communicators, and the general public, and through international collaborations to make the science of astronomy accessible to all. Being the NOC allows me to learn from and be part of a diverse international support community of active outreach professionals. We are making astronomy more accessible by promoting the communication of science through public engagement, professional amateur relations, and citizen science activities.
Okay, before we get into the next block, let's just take a moment. These now where the outreach activity is going on across the continent, a whirlwind tour. So can we get any comments? Anyone has any questions or suggestions? Vanessa tells me that some people have written to her privately to say, let's have a break now. Are people okay with taking a short break? You can have a leg stretch and then we can come back in about 10 minutes for the next block. You can indicate, yeah, I see some yeses. Okay, so let's do that because the next session is quite important. It talks about the current and proposed collaborative initiatives. So these are the societies and so on. So let's have a break. Let's get our minds clear and we can come back in, let's say at 12:30 the hour. So 12:30 Central African time. That's in 9 minutes time. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you back here at 12:30 Central African time. That's a good idea. We need to get some music going for the next break. If anyone has some nice music, I don't have anything on my laptop, but if anyone has some nice music and you want to share screen, feel free for the next.
I can put some Arabic songs or
yeah, that would be great. Okay, for the next break, then Sumaya, you can have that.
I will.
Okay, let's move on to the next section now. It's 12:30. So now we're going to jump into the current activities on the continent in terms of collaborations. And we start off with the big one, the African Astronomical Society.
My name is Charles Taklanchidang. We're talking about the African Astronomical Society. So we are an organization of professional astronomers. Our vision is to create a globally competitive and collaborative astronomy community and to be the voice of astronomy in Africa that contributes to addressing the challenges faced by the continent to the promotion and advancement of the field. Since our launch in 2019, we have established various structures and have got various projects that are also running within APHIS that look to implement our mandate. Our science committee is guided by the scientific strategy that was developed at the Astronomy in Africa meeting that was developed in Ethiopia in October 2019. We've held our inaugural science conference this year, and we've also launched the APHIS Seed Research Grant, which have supported postgraduate student as well as early career research on the continent. We've also launched the Astronomy in Africa survey that has been shared with the African community. And we are currently developing the APHIS data portal, which will host a whole range of resources that can be used by the community. Towards the GA 2024, we've been working with the GA 2024 Scientific and National Organizing Committee, and this is towards developing various science and outreach education flagship projects. One of these could include the developing and providing high-performance computing network for the African astronomy community, as well as developing or establishing a network of optical telescopes on the African continent. And to this end, we are having a workshop on the African Integrated Observation System that's taking place on the 8th of November in 2021. If you have any questions about this, you can contact me and I'll provide you further information. There's also been various initiatives in education and outreaches, include supporting MH astronomy associations and developing this African astronomy map that you see here. And there are various campaigns that we've launched since 2029. We are also working towards an affordable planetarium model and prototype. And towards the GA 2024, there is a project that has been proposed, and this is to develop or building it to scale solar system across the African continent. You'll hear more information about these various flagship projects. There's the African Network of Women in Astronomy. I've got their website afnow.org that you can visit for more information. Even during the pandemic, we've been finding ways in which we can assist through various astronomy related projects, and you can visit our website also to find more information on this. You can also apply for membership online, and all membership information is available. And this is just an announcement that our conference will be taking place next year from the 14th to the 18th of March. This includes our General Assembly, where a new executive committee will be elected. So if you need any information, you're welcome to contact me and ask any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we go to the African Planetarium Association.
Hi, my name is Lucia Marchetti and I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Cape Town. But today I'm here to represent the African Planetarium Association and how we can contribute towards the GA 2024. So the African Planetarium Association is an affiliate of the International Planetarium Society and really looks to foster the network of planetarium across Africa. It operates as a business unit of the African Astronomical Society, and we received 3 years for funding from the Department of Science Innovation in South Africa to develop a project on the theme of planetaria. This is the rest of the exec. I served as past president or the advisor, but our president is Susan Murabana, which you will know from the Traveling Telescope in Kenya. We do host 46 members from across Africa, but from also across the world. So we welcome any members that really would like to contribute in our mandate. We do have 4 working groups or committees, if you wish, and each of them can contribute to different aspects of the GA 2024, from creating opportunity for planetarium growth and capacity building, but also to create planetarium content with an African angle. So far, we have funded 4 projects to respond to the COVID-19 crisis, thanks to the collaboration with the OAD. And we did also sponsor the creation of a short planetarium film on African Star Lord. And we're really looking forward to have more projects funded through our budget. So towards the GA 2024, we really see a synergy between the planetarium world, the IPS, the APA, and the IAU. In all the different aspects that the IAU represents, education in astronomy, communication in astronomy, but also research. Of course, the planetarium is an environment where when curiosity can thrive and it can be inspired into the next generation. But we also believe that there is an angle for research through the Data to Dome effort, which aims to bring up-to-date data set into the dome and create then into the dome an environment for research. So all these are different aspects that we would like to explore in preparation to the GA 2024, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion in these days. Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we go to the Arab.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for inviting us to the Africa Forum and giving us the opportunity to tell you about the work and the vision of the Arab Astronomical Society, ARAS. ARAS was established in Morocco in November 2016 and registered as a non-profit scientific organization in the US in 2018. The main objective of the society is the promotion and advancement of astronomy and astrophysics in the Arab world. As you know, half of the Arab world is in Africa. We try to do that through building up cooperation between Arab students and researchers, establishing scientific cooperation between Arab universities and international universities and research centers, and Arabization of astronomy and astrophysics. ARAS has many activities. I will highlight some of them here. ARAS, the exchange program where we host Arab students and researchers at various institutions across the world, most notably the Center for Astrophysics, Harvard and Smithsonian in the US. We are a member of the Atlas Dark Sky project in Morocco. We organize the ARAS School for Astrophysics. We provide scholarships to Arab students to study in any Arab universities, physics and/or astronomy. We have launched the official version of AstroPytes in Arabic. As you know, AstroPytes is available in Spanish, Portuguese, and now ARAS is the official Arabic provider of AstroPytes. We have had 5 regular school and 1 advanced school. That's some of their posters. To highlight the 5th ARAS School for Astrophysics, which was held online due to COVID restrictions, we had 55 students. Many of them are from outside the Arab world, and the countries are highlighted in yellow. We always had, for all of our schools, about 60% of the accepted students were women. Please consider joining ARAS and help us promote astronomy in the Arab world. We are a grassroots organization and we depend on a private donation. Please consider supporting us. If interested in collaboration, we would like to hear from you. You can find us on all social media platforms. Thank you.
Hello.
Thanks. Just before I'm just going to reshare this. I think someone accidentally annotated on the screen, but right, we now go to the African Initiative for Planetary and Space Science.
I'm very happy to share our experience with the African Initiative for Planetary and Space Science, an initiative that is contributing to the emergence of a community of astronomers in several African countries. What is highlighted in this presentation is the fruit of a very large teamwork, both geographically and in terms of disciplines. This presentation is therefore made on behalf of all AFIPS team members and also on behalf on the team of the related project RISE 5A and Materna. The FHIPS was launched in 2017 with the primary objective to break down the isolation of many African researchers in planetary and space sciences across the continent. Over the past few years, the following research achievements may be highlighted. 3 occultation campaigns were organized in Senegal. Critical data were obtained on this occasion to support the New Horizons and Lucy missions. During the last one, 5 codes were obtained, which allowed to decipher the shape of the Trojan asteroid Horus. Maram Kairé, who coordinated these campaigns, is now the first Senegalese with an asteroid name in recognition for his efforts. Several students started a PhD in Senegal, Burkina Faso, or Côte d'Ivoire with pioneering studies about impact cratering. These studies emphasize the African geoheritage, focusing, for instance, on the Bosumtwi impact crater in Ghana and the associated tectite Stronefield in Côte d'Ivoire. The future is ambitious, with the submission in 2022 of the RISE 5A project, Rising Astronomy and Astrophysics across Africa. This project consists of hundreds of staff mobility between Europe and Africa in all fields of astronomy and planetary science, with well-identified scientific questions that can be addressed with current African research infrastructure and those under development. The ongoing AWA project, Astrophysics and Planetary Science in Africa, focuses on specific research objectives to build the scientific reputation of African-led groups in astronomy and planetary science. Follow us on africapss.org.
The chairman of the South African National Committee for Astronomy.
Just to point out that we weren't able to get the video for the next talk on the program, so now we skip that and go to the South African Institute of Physics.
The chairman of the South African National Committee for Astronomy, distinguished delegates to the Forum for Astronomy in Africa. My name is Makaiko Chitambo, and it is my pleasure to address you as the president of the South African Institute of Physics. The South African Institute of Physics is the voice of physics in South Africa. Our mission is to promote physics in research, in education, in the economy, and in society. We achieve this through our specialist divisions, the Council, and special projects. The SAIP, the South African Institute of Physics, that is, has a long-standing presence as a learned society in the academic landscape here in South Africa. It was established some 65 years ago, and currently our membership is running up to 5,000. Membership is open to researchers from South Africa and Africa at large. The Astronomy and Space Science Division of our institute is devoted to promoting the study and outreach activities involving astronomy. The chairperson for this division currently heads the South African National Committee for Astronomy. It is this committee that serves as the official national contact of the International Astronomical Union. And the current chairperson is Dr. Brian van Swellen from the University of the Free State. I understand that this Forum on Astronomy in Africa will bring together the African astronomy community in preparation for the IAU General Assembly in 2024. And those inclined to sport call it the World Cup of Astronomy. The last update I read was that the number of registrations had already exceeded 300 by a mile. This is impressive. The SAIP would like to see a successful General Assembly in 2024, and it would be an honor to help in any way we can. The SAIP can host webinars, and we can use our platforms to promote GA 2024. Our International Affairs Desk is also available to look into the expansion of astronomy and astrophysics into the rest of the African continent in liaison with colleagues on the continent. Astronomy appeals to the imagination of most people, and you don't need to be an expert astronomer to be bitten by the bug, so to speak. We have a division for development, education, and outreach, which would be interested in working with you to promote the legacy of GA 2024. The SAIP annual conference also offers a means for disseminating research results and for researchers to network and interact, not just between astronomers themselves, but between astronomers and academics from related physics disciplines. I would like to emphasize that we welcome submissions from the rest of the continent as well. Since the assembly will be held in Africa, I should perhaps ask you to consider how GA 2024 can help the theme. By that, I mean the verve, vitality, and exuberance that you can only find in Africa. I wish you a good and meaningful meeting as we look ahead to GA 2024. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. The next three talks are going to be from the IAU offices.
My name is Lina Ganesh, and I am the director of the International Astronomical Union Office for Astronomy Outreach, and we are based at the National Astronomical Observatory of Japan in Tokyo. The goal of the Office for Astronomy Outreach, the office that I represent, is to engage the public in astronomy through access to astronomical information and communication of astronomy. This goal is implemented through the IAU outreach engagement initiatives with the public that focus on promoting dark skies, the pale blue dot message, citizen science initiatives, professional amateur relations, providing open database, public-friendly information and translations. Through these initiatives, we are building tolerant and scientifically literate societies that are able to think critically and taking informed decision using research and science. In the African continent alone, we are represented in over 30 countries by the IAU National Outreach Coordinators. There are a diverse network of communicators and informal educators, professional and amateur astronomers. In the road to 2024 and in alignment with our strategic actions and most of all the needs of our community in various regions, we are identifying and building outreach and public engagement programs with the community that have a socio-economical impact, bring sustainable change and international cooperation that are at the very core of our IAU mission. I thank you for this opportunity to be here, and we are much looking forward to engage in dialogue with you all in this forum. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we go to the OAE.
Hello, my name is Tiamiso Makwela. I'm one of the astronomy education researchers at the IAU Office of Astronomy for Education. The IAU Office of Astronomy for Education is an office of the International Astronomical Union and a sister office to the OAD as well as the OAO. It is fairly new as it was founded in December of 2019. The OAE is meant to complement and support the many ongoing initiatives that leverage astronomy for education globally. The OAE's mission is to support and coordinate astronomy education by astronomy researchers as well as astronomy educators, and this is aimed at primary and secondary schooling worldwide. These are some of the objectives of the OAE, which you can find on our website at astro4edu.org. I'd also like to highlight that there's an ongoing project on the big ideas in astronomy, which we would like to further see being included in the astronomy curriculum in schools globally. The website for the big ideas is also below there. We also aim to create, maintain, and grow a network of associates. As such, we have the NIAC teams, which are the National Astronomy Education Coordinators. We also have the OAE centers and nodes. At this moment, I would like to extend an invitation to the African countries who are gray in this map to nominate NIACs that will join the OAE in reaching its objectives. To nominate someone or yourself, please send an email to oae@astro4edu.org and also keep in touch with the OAE activities. Visit the website below there. Also, you can also keep up with us on Twitter and Facebook at Astro4edu. Thank you.
Okay, the next talk is going to confuse you because it's from me. Greetings, everyone. This is just a short overview of the IAU Office of Astronomy for Development. This is one of 4 offices of the International Astronomical Union, and it's in partnership with the South African National Research Foundation and the Department of Science and Innovation. Our focus as the OAD is specifically on promoting the use of astronomy as a tool for development in every country. And the idea is that astronomy has all these links to technology, to science, to culture. How can we bring all this together to ensure that it has a positive impact on the sustainable development goals? The main way in which we do this is the annual call for proposals. We've funded over 200 projects reaching over 100 countries. So far, since the OAD was established, there's been approximately €1 million in grants from the IAU that have passed through. From these projects, we evolved 3 flagship projects. One is using astronomy for economic development through things like astrotourism. The second is using the inspirational aspect of astronomy, astronomy for peace, astronomy for mental health. And the third is using the knowledge and skills from astronomy to impact on development. A big part of our structure are the regional offices. There's 3 in Africa, and these regional offices implement astronomy development in their particular language or geographic region. The other big aspect are the partners. We're always looking for partners from different fields, not just from astronomy. Thank you very much. And in terms of where we see the General Assembly, it's really an opportunity to look at development in Africa and how astronomy can contribute to development on the continent. Thank you.
Hi, my name.
Okay, now we're moving away from the offices, and this is now on specific projects dealing with astronomy in Africa.
Hi, my name is Melvin Hoare. I'm the PI of the Development in Africa with Radio Astronomy Project, or DARA. This is a joint UK-South African initiative that's been running over the last 6 years with funding from the Newton Fund in the UK and from DST in South Africa. So at the core of this project, we've delivered a basic training in radio astronomy techniques, technology, data reduction, and computing skills to over 300 young people in the 8 African partner countries that partner with South Africa in the SKA. Some of those have then gone on to advanced training, where we've been educated over 35 people at master's and PhD level at our partner universities across the UK and also in Africa. And a key part of this is introducing them to the entrepreneurial skills, such as with Goonhilly Earth Station here in this picture on the right. And this is really the kind of vision of where we want to go in the future. We want to replicate such models on the sites of radio astronomy observatories that are emerging in the partner countries and across Africa, where you can bring down data from space or deep space, link that with data center services, and apply that with skilled people, skills in big data and AI to development challenges across the African continent. So the UK funding is coming to an end. So we're now looking for new funding, new partners, new countries to work together to this vision of the future to create high-tech jobs across the continent. If you're interested, contact me at the email address here. Thank you.
Okay, next we look at data big data.
The Data Big Data project provides training in data-intensive science skills to students from the countries of the SK Africa Partnership, which are Botswana,
Ghana,
Kenya,
Madagascar,
Mauritius,
Mozambique, Namibia, and Zambia.
Data-intensive skills are crucial for countries to play a role in the fourth industrial revolution, the global shift towards digital technologies and artificial intelligence.
These skills are also crucial for the SK telescope, the world's largest radio observatory, which will be built on the African continent.
DARA Big Data training events happen across Africa. The project also provides financial support for students to study postgraduate research degrees in data-intensive fields. This includes astronomy, sustainable agriculture, health data, and science policy.
We are not all astronomers, but astronomy has brought us together.
DARA Big Data and the DARA project have supported the growth of a strong Pan-African community of students.
Together, we have studied, communicated, traveled, and taken part in events.
This community grows and develops each year and gives us support, friendship,
and a network of professional contacts across Africa.
Okay, next we go to East Africa.
Hello, this is Alami Mamo from Ethiopia. I am the coordinator of East Africa Regional Office of Astronomy for Development. I'm going to give you a brief overview of astronomy development in East Africa and focus area of investment in the region. As you know, in the past 10 years, a lot has been done in development of astronomy in Africa in general, as well as in East Africa in particular. So I'm going to showcase the gradual development of astronomy in the region as follows. I will begin with the first case in the adoption of space policies and strategies, as well as establishment of space agency and center in the region, which will be a key pillar in setting the clear strategical goals in short, medium, and long-term level, and designing of projects that can contribute for the regional economic development as well as astronomy development. The second one is human capital research and educational development. In the region so far, there is a critical mass of experts in astronomy and space science fields that have been produced with the efforts of regional higher education institutes as well as overseas universities collaborations. Moreover, a number of standard class research and education have been conducted that contribute for better development of astronomy in the region. The third one is the infrastructure astronomical instrument. In the region, there are a few astronomical space and space science related instruments installed. However, there is a promising effort in the progressive infrastructural development in the region that can fulfill the infrastructural needs of the region in the near future. And fourthly, the regional international cooperation and networking. As you know, since the establishment of OAD and the relaunchment of AFAS, as well as the existence of East Africa Astronomical Society and the regional office in East Africa, there are a number of workshops and symposium conducts, and a number of collaboration has been taking place. So this gives a good environment for international and regional cooperation that can boost and support the visibility and development of astronomy in the region. So in the region, we do have also opportunities to invest in the region. So some of the opportunities that we have in the region is the relative location of the East Africa and the equator, which will give a chance for looking both southern and northern skies. And we do have also a number of high plateau mountains with dry weather, which is good also for observational astronomy. Adoption of space policy strategies and the space agency and centers of establishment in the region will give also a confidence for investors to come and invest in the region. And also the existence of the regional office in the area will have also a chance to coordinate and support the astronomical development. Above all this, there is immense cultural and astronomical heritage. So we do have untapped resources in the dark skies and astrophysics sectors, which will have a great impact in boosting the economic in the region. So the focus area of astronomy to invest in the region is a dark sky and astrophysics. So in order to invest on these areas, we have to follow some steps, like we have to engage stakeholders, identify and map potential astrophysics and astronomical sites, and we have to communicate these potential sites to the public as well as for decision makers and inspire people and attract investors to come and invest in the Astrophysics Center. Also, it's also good to register these dark skies in the International Dark Sky Station. So as in the last, as a recommendation for the African Astronomical Forum, as a takeaway, I will suggest the following. There has to be initiation of or pilot project to invest on dark sky and astrophysics. There has to be initiation or establishment of astronomical consortium in Africa to forge international partnership by being involved in the international projects. Also to establish a regional and framework or platform considering the regional office as a node, so as to maximize the benefit and avoid duplication of resource and expertise, and also to use the existing astronomical infrastructures effectively. So this is what I want to say. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thanks very much. Just a reminder to everyone that the speakers are in the chat. So please, if you have any questions or anything that comes to mind, put it in the chat, and the speakers will answer. Okay, now we move to the National Astrophysics and Space Science Program.
The National Astrophysics and Space Science Program, NASP, is a collaborative postgraduate education program that's been training honors and master's students in astronomy and space science since 2003. It's supported by the Department of Science and Innovation through the National Research Foundation. NASP is currently hosted at 3 universities in South Africa. The first node was established at UCT in 2003, so we're coming up to our 20th anniversary in the next few years. And 2 further nodes were added in 2016 at the Northwest University and the University of KwaZulu-Natal. At each of these universities, it's always been about more than just the host university and the partnership with other universities from across the country, as well as the national facilities like the observatory and the space agency. NASP's mission is to provide South African and African students with the skills needed to participate in generating new knowledge, training them in the fields of astrophysics and space science. It uses the expertise and resources from across this collaborative network, the NASP partnership, to produce graduates who are internationally competitive and have locally relevant capabilities. NASP aims for holistic support of their students, providing more than just academic training, but also financial support, housing, travel, and computers. Above all, NASP creates a network of young people who are connected through this common learning experience and, of course, their love of exploring the universe. There have now been more than 350 NASP honors graduates, and more than 150 students have come through the master's program. Here are just a few snapshots of some of NASP's graduates who we can be incredibly proud of. In just these examples here, we have professors of astronomy at universities in South Africa, Namibia, Zambia, Uganda, and Canada, to just give you a few examples, as well as people working on software development, telescope operators, as engineers and astronomers, or in the commercial sector. There are also recent graduates who are pursuing doctoral studies or doing postdocs locally or abroad. And this network of graduates of NASP all have a better understanding of science, can analyze data, produce software, and think more critically, contributing to the transformation of our societies in a myriad of ways.
Okay, next we're going to go to the 4th IU office.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Mota, and I am an Angolan astronomer working in Norway since 2009. I am the Deputy Director of the International School for Young Astronomers. The director is Itziar Arechaga, and she is a Spanish astronomer working in Mexico. So the International School for Young Astronomers is a program of the Office for Young Astronomers of the International Astronomy Union. And it's a program that is partially financed by the Norwegian Academy of Sciences. These schools consist of 3-week postgraduate schools, so they are aimed at master and PhD students from regions of the globe which are not so well developed in the field of astronomy. The lecturers that come to teach at these schools are renowned astronomers which work all over the world. And the students are from countries in the neighboring region of the country that hosts the school. For instance, in 2023 and 2024, we will host 2 schools in Africa. One of them is going to be in South Africa, and the students that are coming to this school are going to be students from the sub-Saharan Africa region. The other school is going to be held in Algeria, and therefore the students which will be attending these schools will be students from the North Saharan region. So we really, really wish to increase the number of schools in Africa. And for that, we need the willing of countries which are able to host the school. So we very much welcome proposals from countries willing to host the International School for Young Astronomers. And these proposals should reach us as soon as possible because it usually takes 2 to 3 years to prepare a school. So please contact us if you're willing to host a school in your country, and we will do our best to set up a program for that school that suits your needs, and we will also try to help you find the financial resources required for the school. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then next to talk about the South Africa School is Moses.
Hello, everyone. As most of you probably already know, the International School for Young Astronomers, which was meant to be hosted in Cape Town, South Africa in 2020, had to be postponed due to COVID-19. Now, we are hoping to host the school in 2023 again in Cape Town. So the school will be titled Observational Astronomy from the Present into the Future. And we are hoping that students who do come for the school will be able to get really great hands-on experience with observing and astronomical techniques, and that they will gain an exposure to astronomy facilities we have here in South Africa, really great observer facilities, and that they will get to interact with a whole host of leading international researchers from different fields who will be able to provide them with lectures and information about all sorts of different areas in astronomy, and also that the students will be able to collaborate with each other to really create lasting connections and links and learn how to work in groups, and that we also provide lots of other useful information and also resources for these students so that they can be better equipped into the future. And I think this will be a great way to help build capacity in astronomy throughout the continent and provide our students with interesting connections and sort of paths forward for them wanting to pursue careers in astronomy. So if you'd like more information, please check out the website, and we will also provide further up details as to what's happening with the school closer to the time. And yeah, hopefully we'll see some of your students there in the future. Thank you.
Okay, now we go to the subject of astrotourism.
Hello, everybody. My name is Stelios, and my organization participates in a program for astrotourism in Cyprus. Our job is to go around the island, collect data, and provide this data to locate the best possible places to create astroparks. This research contains the light pollution, the humidity, the accessibility, the amenities, the light obstructions, and all this is put together using the dark sky scale portal, which defines which areas are more suitable for tourists to visit and enjoy the dark sky. These are some pictures from our research. It is very important to have a dark sky because the light pollution doesn't affect only astronomers but everybody's health, and this is proven through several studies. Apart from this, there is an economic advantage to have dark sky, to use it for astrotourism, and this can be accredited by international agencies which will protect the area. My suggestion is that Africa is in a very good position at the moment concerning light pollution, and it should be promoted like a place for astrotourism and creation of astroparks, and this should start with regulation and registration. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is...
I saw in the chat there were some questions about the African Network for Women in Astronomy. This video is about that.
Hello, my name is Vanessa and I'm an astronomer.
Mambo, my name is Priscilla Muhechi. I have a PhD in astronomy.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Carolina et je suis astrophysicienne.
Salam Nacho, dobar dan svima, buenos dias. My name is Mirjana Povic. I'm an astrophysicist.
I am Sumaya Saad from Egypt. I work in astrophysics.
We cannot fight poverty and achieve sustainable development goals without empowering women and girls in all aspects of our society, including science.
We have found each other and created the first African network of women in astronomy.
With AFO, we aiming to support the African women in fields of astronomy and science.
It also provides them with a seat at the table when it comes to making decisions in astronomy and space science.
Astronomy is currently an emerging field in Africa that can bring important social and economical developments, and it's shown to be also a powerful tool to inspire more girls to do STEM.
Between us, we have careers in teaching, research and engineering. The sky is not our limit. The sky is our starting point.
African women are resilient, innovative and creative, and given the right forum, will be the biggest vessels of change to a more developed and self-sustaining African continent.
Through various programs, AQUA gives the African woman the opportunity to acquire different skills and encourages them to innovate and excellence.
With this project, we will be able to measure our impact and see change happen before our eyes and in the eyes of young women and girls across our beautiful continent of Africa.
Okay, next we have from Nurali in Tanzania.
Hello everyone, I'm Nurali Jiwaji from Tanzania. I teach physics at Marian University College and I consult on astronomy for the Open University of Tanzania. I want to raise two issues that I've experienced during my career as a scientist, which can also be useful for increasing astronomy, understanding, and awareness in our part of the world. First is the need to get correct terminologies that describe technical concepts. An example that I frequently encounter is the seasonal terminology of the North. Summer, winter, autumn, spring. All these are foreign to equatorial regions, where hot and rainy seasons dominate. So expressions like autumn equinox, northern lights should be more equitably termed September equinox or polar lights. Another example is the way times of events are given. Rather than just giving local times, universal time, UTC, should also be given so that each user can convert quickly to their own time zones. A working group on decolonizing astronomy knowledge can work on such terminologies. Another issue that I faced in a country that lags far behind in astronomy research, which is true for many parts of Africa, it is necessary to get support from astronomically highly developed nations to offer volunteer mentoring, guidance, and high caliber supervision for research that can be done in developing countries. When we are at zero, it needs infinite effort to get tangible development. But for this, we need proactive support. A database of volunteers, scientists who can supervise in different areas on different topics can be created so that both the student as well as the local supervisor can gain that expertise. Thank you very much.
Okay, next talk on the subject of big data.
is long ago.
Okay, that's a very cool video. Next we have from Tolu from Ethiopia.
Hello everybody, this is Tolu Bresa, an astrophysicist from Jimma University, Ethiopia. My topic of presentation is a platform of collaboration for research and education across Africa. Generally, without education and research, development is affected. So, in African context, development status, the following points of collaboration platforms for research and education are needed to consider. It is important to assess and evaluate the overall education and research status of Africa, meaning that sorting out, detailing issues, networking issues, etc. Design a system for the collaboration, develop principle of collaboration, involvement of decision makers, ranking of development areas across a number for a decision, assign task force for the system of collaboration, and endorsement by decision makers. Think of owning some programs, centers, etc. together for effective resource and human capital mobilization and better international collaboration. Participation of diaspora, exploit and collaborate international. Identification of priority and phase of collaboration needs careful work, design, strategic plan of action, understand varieties in culture, language, and other situations. Accreditation of international standards should consider. Integration and differentiation of local and international experiences shall be taken into account. Mobility of students, educators, researchers shall be considered both local and international. In this regard, go out to learn global, but come back to serve the continent internationally. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks. Next, we get an engineering point of view.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yusri Azam, and I am working as an engineer at the National Research Institute of Astronomy and Geophysics in Egypt. My presentation title is General Assembly 2024, an engineering point of view. Actually, as an engineer working at an astronomy institute, I am imagining that there must be some collaboration between African countries that has telescopes like our telescope in Egypt. Actually, we have a very good telescope in Egypt, which is about 2-meter telescope and is working recently totally by computer control. We have equipped this telescope now by a new device which is called KFISB that can be used in various modes of operation. It can be used in direct imaging, in spectroscopy, or on polarimetry. People can use this telescope and this instrument to get very good observation actually. Also, the African telescopes can be developed such that can we working remotely. By working remotely, we can get experience from people that will make this telescope working remotely. Another point of view is that we have very shortage of engineers that can understand astronomy and can work in the astronomy fields. For example, we don't have an optical engineer in all of our institute or in Egypt at a whole. Also, I think that the other African countries doesn't have this optical engineer. Meanwhile, the mechanical and electronic engineers need much more training in order to master the operation of the optical telescope. Same is true also for radio telescope and radio astronomy, which has a lot of deficiencies in engineering specialization. So in Egypt, we are going to build a large telescope, which may be 6.5 telescope, and we don't have enough experience related to site testing and design of the future telescope and its instruments. So we need help from other African or worldwide countries regarding site testing and the new telescope design. training of African engineers is mandatory. I think that we must have some training schools and training visits and scholarships for studying optical, electrical, and mechanical engineering fields related to astronomy. Finally, I think that artificial intelligence is entered in every fields of life, and astronomy is one of these fields, and astronomy must get benefits from artificial intelligence. So I imagine that we must have some training about the use of artificial intelligence in astronomy regarding data processing, reduction, big data, and other fields that are related to astronomical instruments and their control. By this way, people working at these fields can easily be transferred to other industries. Thank you very much for hearing me, and I'm sorry I cannot find enough time to express my feelings. Thanks so much.
Okay, now we go to Solomon in Ethiopia.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting African Forum. My name is Solomon Balaitasamma from Ethiopia Space Science Institute and Ministry of Innovation and Technology. And my talk is infrastructure and collaboration, and how infrastructure and collaboration can accelerate development of astronomy in Africa. Astronomy development in Africa shall be a key for inclusive development. To make strong Africa in astronomy, research and capacity building, Africa should collaborate and work together as a family. And I recommend the following important points to be considered for Africans in order to develop astronomy in Africa. And develop infrastructure in different regions: Southern Africa, in the Eastern Africa, Western Africa, Central Africa, and the Northern Africa, and financed by member countries and African Union Commission and OED can be collaborated and coordinate these projects. Therefore, if that is okay, then astronomy development in Africa can be realized and accelerate and compete with the rest of the country. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. I'm here to introduce African Radio Astronomy Network, which we call ARAN in short. And my name is James Chibweze from Northwest University in Potchefstroom. We are aware that the AVN idea, the African VOBN network idea, was to grow the critical mass of radio astronomers in Africa in view of the upcoming Square Kilometer Array, and of course, now here MeerKAT. But with dwindling funds, AVN would likely not be able to continue. Well, maybe it will in the future if we have more money, but we can still do radio astronomy. Radio astronomy is not only done with very big dishes, nor is it done only when you have an interferometer. You can do radio astronomy with ordinary cone or horn system with your receivers. I've shown pictures of one built here in my university, which we're using to do low frequency observation. You can also do it with microcell interferometer. Also, there are very cheap telescopes, smaller ones, 4 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, up to 7 meters that we can acquire that are relatively low cost that could be used to do radio astronomy. And Northwest University have just recently paid for 4 of these dishes. I've shown proof of payment if you want to see that. And this would be put together in the university's farm that is just 30 kilometers from the campus in Potchefstroom. And we are hoping that we can expand this network, get so many other countries within Africa, as you can see in the image on the left-hand side, to acquire some of these dishes and be able to do astronomy in the future. If you want more details, please contact me. Thank you.
Next, we hear about West Africa.
Good morning, my colleagues. My name is Onyewoman Nemeka. Our presentation is on the activities of West African Regional Office of Astronomy for Development, WAROD. WAROD was established in 2016 and is hosted by the Center for Basic Space Science, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Now, the participating countries in WAROD are from West and Central Africa. Now, the WAROD has a hierarchical structure with Dr. Bonaventure Kere as the coordinator. Others are Nnemeka, Justus, and Olayinka, who are members of the team. The objectives of WAROD include to foster research collaboration among member nations and any other organization with similar interests, in collaboration in instrumentation, capacity building, education and outreach, fundraising, networking and communication, and finally, facilitate the introduction of astronomy curriculum at various levels of education. Also, the 11 participating countries in WAROD have coordinators, the countries which are Nigeria, Gabon, Benin, Chad, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Senegal, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Cameroon, and Togo. The major WAROD activities so far has been on the West African International Summer School for Young Astronomers, now PASI, Pan-African School for Emerging Astronomers, outreach activities, and our collaboration with the North American Regional Office of Astronomy for Development, NAROD, which we nicknamed the Glass Education Program, and then symposiums. Now, this is a pictorial of the last WASIA we had, which cut across the entire East and West Africa, which necessitated the conversion to a Pan-African program. Some of the picture here shows some of the activities in various countries. Nigeria, for instance, these are teacher training program, excursions, catch them young activities, science club mentorship program, women and girls in astronomy. In Ghana also, they are doing quite a lot of things there. Outreach activities and some special events like hosting of the IAU president. Senegal also is doing a great job. They are involved in outreach activities and also more prominent, the Senegalese Astro Bus, which toured around almost every major city in Senegal. So as you can see here, this is the movement of the bus. So in Burkina Faso also, Kamzak is doing a great job there, mentorship and catching them young in Burkina Faso. Cote d'Ivoire also, Zach is also doing well in Cote d'Ivoire. Now in Gabon, where Patrice Okwama is in charge, now they've been involved in skills development, skills acquisition development, and other symposiums aimed at making sure that astronomy is accepted in Gabon. Thank you very much and do have a wonderful time.
Okay, next we hear about the Portuguese-speaking countries.
Hello everyone, my name is Gustavo Rojas. I am the project coordinator for the Portuguese Language Office of Astronomy for Development. This is a language office established in 2016 on the framework of the Office of Astronomy for Development of the International Astronomical Union. It has representatives in 6 different countries that speak Portuguese, and its coordination is shared between Núcleo, which is my organization, and the Institute of Astrophysics and Space Sciences. We have representatives in 6 countries, and 3 of those are in Africa. Those are our representatives in Cape Verde, Mozambique, and São Tomé and Príncipe. So during our 5 years of existence, we have achieved some important milestones, mainly the establishment of this network, the internet portal, social media accounts, internal communication procedures, and organizing teacher training events in the member countries, as well as disseminating several important opportunities for projects, international collaborations for teachers, for students, for researchers, and also an involvement in the Edipon et Sundi commemorations of the 2019 total solar eclipse at Príncipe Island. All of these results are mentioned in the Nature Astronomy comment article that was published in 2019. So we only have 2 minutes, so I'd like to thank you for the attention and invite you to wide interest in having collaborations with us to go after us on our webpage, below.org, where you will find more information about who we are, what you do, and our contacts. So thanks again for your attention and have a great meeting.
Okay, so we're down to the last talk of the session, and to end on a high, we're now going to talk about the actual meeting itself. We're talking about the General Assembly, but what will the General Assembly look like? So here's a nice talk to end it off, and then we'll have a break afterwards.
Hello Africa Forum, welcome to this Blue Space and our video presented to you from the Future of Meetings, or TFOM, community. Now we've been exploring into better ways of meeting virtually and creatively, and we'd like to share our ideas with you.
Coming out of TFOM, we've written a report and an article and compiled a heap of resources which are available on our website. The key message we want to share is the acronym DICEF, which is shared on screen behind us. And this helps us to negotiate what we can do to make our online and hybrid meetings better.
When considering hybrid meetings, we'd like organizers to think about the perspective of both the online people and the in-person attendees. Make sure that those attending digitally can see and hear the speaker, have the same opportunities for discussions and question and answer times. And overall, for the hybrid experience, we need to consider everyone as an equal opportunity to participate.
Astronomy is a truly global endeavor these days. We all have collaborators and facilities and institutions across the world in many different time zones. But fortunately, we're also seeing the emergence of digital tools and technologies that can make our collaborations more inclusive, accessible, and sustainable. So we have a real chance here to think about this more than a meeting. It's a chance to realize the future of scientific collaboration.
So one thing to really think about then is that if virtual reality technology is already here and augmented reality technology and mixed reality technology is on the way, as that technology becomes more pervasive in our society, it's going to completely disrupt and revolutionize the way that we meet and the way that we collaborate to do science going into the future.
I think this is a great opportunity for us to redefine the future of IAU meetings. The initiative from South Africa provides an innovative new approach to how we can meet. So I look forward to discussing this at the forum.
Right. Thank you very much. With that, I just want to say a big thank you to all the speakers, everyone that submitted videos and talks. So give everyone a virtual round of applause. That was a really quick sort of tour around the African continent. And with that, I'm going to now hand over to Vanessa with just some announcements and the logistics of the break.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you everyone for that session. So we're running a little bit behind schedule, but we'll take our half an hour break now as planned. And that means that we'll come back at 2 o'clock. During this break, you have the option of exploring some of the future of meetings by accessing the GatherTown space. I've put the link in the Slack and on the chat here. And we'll also make breakout rooms so that you can, if you want to just stay on Zoom and chat with some friends or colleagues in these breakout rooms, then you're most welcome. A final announcement is just that, yes, that there's a, let me just show this picture, that there's a advertisement for another conference happening towards the end of November, which is the Life in the Universe conference. So if you're interested in that, please go down to the bottom there, sereo.ac.za to register for that. Thanks, and then we will see you all at 2 o'clock Central African time. Thanks.
So if you would like to...
I can't mute myself, hold on.
If you'd like to play your music, Somaya, or anyone else,
okay,
you can feel free. You can unmute yourselves.
I will try to do something.
Yeah, the breakout rooms are now open, so feel free to jump into a breakout room or go to the gather meeting as well. Thanks, everyone.
مش عارفة يبقى فيه ايه مش عارفة كده صح لا انا عايزه بس مش عارفه اعمل ايه، مش حاسه. افتي وات.
So I'm sure everyone needs a break, but just to let you know, there's a small glitch on the Gather Town. I think the link is expired. We're just trying to sort that out. But yeah, in the meantime, feel free to have a break. We're not forcing you to stay, but also feel free to chat with some of your colleagues in any of the breakout rooms or here in the plenary.
يا جماعه مشكله هتقطع الوضع.
Hi, sir. How are you, sir?
Hi, is that Ruth? While we're getting the gather organized, there's the link to the Slack. Maybe someone can just post that link again if there's things that you want to add in to the Slack, things that have caught your attention from the talks, you'd like to just record it, then feel free. Okay, here's the link to the gather. You can go play around in that one as well. And we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had an opportunity to grab something to eat, and we've really just probably going to have an hour left this afternoon, where the main part of the main point will be to work through this vision document and to discuss how we structure the program for tomorrow, which is based on an unconference session. So I just want to share quickly with you the Google document for the unconference session. Here you can see that there's pretty much a blank table, and this is an opportunity for you to write down anything that we should talk about in preparation for the GA 2024, relevant to it or in the lead up over the next few years, or as an idea strikes you whilst we're chatting about the vision document that Kevin will take us through, then fill it in here. There also is a Slack channel called #unconference, so feel free to put your ideas there as well. And then we'll collate them this evening, and we'll use that to define the program for day 2 of the meeting tomorrow. So we'll send the program out early in the morning so that you have a chance to see what will be the topics for discussion. Okay, anything else, Kevin? Oh, I have to mute myself, don't I?
Yeah, so maybe just share the link. I'll try and put the link on the website later as well. but that unconference document, feel free to add things in, and then that will help us to shape the discussions tomorrow. And tomorrow will be the opportunity where we get into the details of the document. So thanks very much, Vanessa. So I'm going to now run through very quickly that document. So I'm going to share the screen, and it's actually in the Google document. So you all have access to it to be able to put in comments and suggestions. Now, just to give you a big picture before I jump into this, is that you've seen now earlier today that there are a lot of activities happening on the continent. There's a lot of groups around. There are many organizations, and there are many things that have sort of overlapping interests. For example, you heard about research workshops and training activities. So the question is, how do we coordinate all this? It's a big continent. There are many countries, and to try and bring everyone together behind sort of a common vision leading up to 2024, then that's where this document came into place. This is our plan, and what we need to do by the end of this whole forum, by the end of these 3 days, is to update this with ideas that you might have as a community, but also if you can take on something. This is going to be a community initiative for us to achieve the big vision behind 2024. We really need the community to take ownership of some of the activities. So with those few words, let me then share my screen, and then I'll jump into the document. Right, so this should be so the link for this is on the web page of the forum, but maybe someone can also post it in the chat and on the Slack. The idea of this, Astronomy 24, just when South Africa bid to host the 2024 General Assembly, it was specifically not just a South African bid. It was meant to be an African bid. And really, the idea was to think audaciously, as Khotso Mokele said, is that if we can really make this a big event, how can we stretch ourselves to think of as big a vision as possible? And that's kind of where this came from. But I want to highlight here that this is a document that's really meant to unite us as an astronomy community across the continent. So that when we as a continent host the world astronomers in 2024, that we do it together, that we do it in a coordinated way, and that we maximize the benefit that we can realize for the African continent. As we get into this, so I'll just run through this. What I'd like to ask everyone to do, so in the first section on people, please add comments to the chat. Vanessa, if you can just keep an eye on the chat, and if there's any questions or comments, people would like to unmute themselves, just raise your hand or type a message in the chat. There might be issues that arise that we would want to take into more detail tomorrow. And so that will now form part of this unconference in the program tomorrow. So we'll have dedicated slots in the program tomorrow that will now be shaped as we go through this document. Right, so let's jump into it. So in terms of people, so what will the astronomical community in Africa look like by 2024? So the first vision, a networked astronomy community who know each other. And there's a point here made, we need to be well connected, not only with each other, but also with researchers across the world. The second column always tries to talk about the status, where we are at the moment, and then the third column on what actions are needed. So I'd like to ask all the participants to please try and get onto this document now. You can follow through the document. You can add your comments as we discuss it. But also, importantly, the fourth column, you can start taking ownership of some of these, or at least suggesting people who should be able to take ownership. So in terms of the networked African astronomy community, really we are very fortunate to have the African Astronomical Society. This is a Pan-African body, and really a lot of what we're aiming to do with the General Assembly will rest with them as well. Right, so I'm just going to go through. Please jump in anytime if you would like to ask a question or add a comment on this. Next, diverse representation at decision-making level. So this is about higher levels of government or at top research level. How do we increase the diversity of astronomy on the continent? And for this, we're talking about building mentorship and career pathing initiatives so that we make sure that, as we get more diverse students, we want those students to grow in the astronomy field. So I'm not going to get into the responsibles and stuff now. I'm just going to walk you through this document so that I can explain what the thinking was. This document really evolved from community input, and we wanted to continue to evolve with your input as well. Point 3, all students and early career researchers have clear career paths and guidance. So at the moment, we might have this challenge where a young astronomer doesn't clearly see where their astronomy career will lead them. Maybe there's not enough infrastructure projects or something in their countries. But the suggestion is to set up a program of career pathing. So how can we coordinate this across the continent so that any student or young astronomer can get some mentorship and guidance? So are there mentorship activities that we could bring about? If you would like to discuss more about mentorship, please throw it into the chat, throw it into the unconference document, and then we can pick up that topic tomorrow. Next point, where do students end up? Now, sorry, Jamal is asking for the link to the document again. So point number 4, where do students in astronomy end up? So we know that students don't necessarily all stay in astronomy. So how do we set up some sort of an alumni system or a network so that we can actually track where students go? So if they end up in other careers, this is not a bad thing. It shows that with astronomy skills, people can move into other careers. Point 5 is about scholarship opportunities. Now, you heard in some of the talks, several of the talks, we talk about young astronomers and support for these young astronomers. So, so how do we organize this in a better way? At the moment, there's many different sort of scholarship opportunities. So we don't have one consolidated place. But also new sources of funding. How can we sort of go out and actively search for new sources of funding for scholarships? You heard from Ross Skelton about NASP, the National Astrophysics and Space Science Program. And she pointed out that they accept South African students at the moment, but they used to accept much more African students. How do we expand that? And a lot of that comes in the form of funding. And then a consolidated repository of scholarship opportunities. It was pointed out that would be really useful for our young astronomers and our students. So again, do you have ideas about this? Are there ways that we can do this more effectively? Please do throw it into this document. Put it as a comment in this document or in one of the other documents. Right, then point number 6. So this now, it's a very big issue. It has to deal with having enough time. So we found over and over again, African astronomers talk about, there's not enough time to do research because they're overloaded with teaching duties. Now, how can we ease that teaching load on African astronomers? And so the ideas were like, engage with the universities and so on, but also quick wins. If there are astronomers in Uganda, in Nigeria, all trying to set question papers, are there quick wins where we can coordinate and have things like a question bank where we can help each other so that the workload gets easier, and in that way frees up some of the teaching time that our astronomers find themselves overloaded with. Then also sharing lecturers. So could we have a similar setup to what the East African Astronomy Research Network has been trying to do, where you have lecturers traveling across countries, and so there might be one training program, but the other lecturers will travel and do that teaching. So in that way, we share the teaching load. So that's the topic on teaching loads. And I'm happy to see lots of cursors there. Please do continue adding comments as you think of them, and we'll take all this into account. This document will be made richer by your input. Point 7 is about high quality teaching capacity on the continent. So how do we improve teaching capacity as well as astronomy skills on the continent? An astronomer is not necessarily a good teacher. So a good astronomer doesn't necessarily make a good teacher. Is there a way that we can identify human capacity development sort of goals and establish programs to address these goals? Then in terms of point 8 there, skills gained within an astronomy degree are transferable to industry. Now, this is something we talk about a lot, but there is this gap between academia and industry in terms of skill. So could we establish these collaborations, leading up to the General Assembly? Could we get industry interested in talking to astronomy departments, for example, and making that link? Point number 9 is about just networking across the education, public outreach, and development community. So how do we coordinate these goals? You heard from Neeraj earlier this morning about the flagship project. That's a way of bringing together all the different communities, organizations, individuals, this document is about sort of the General Assembly, but maybe there should be a common strategy for education and outreach on the continent. Maybe that's something that the Office of Astronomy for Education, Office for Astronomy Outreach, the various IAU offices, the African Astronomical Society can help to coordinate. Then the amateur astronomy community. So this is a really, really important community. In days when I've sort of done a lot of astronomy outreach, the amateur astronomy community are the ones that really teach us the most about naked eye observing, about using small telescopes, about identifying things in the sky. How do we enhance and grow that amateur astronomy community? So identifying amateur astronomy groups and build that network. So the African Astronomical Society is already working on this, but then also skills from this community. So the amateur astronomy community is called amateur astronomy community, but these are mainly, a lot of them are professionals and people who can contribute very positively to professional observations, astronomical observations, but also education, public outreach, development projects. Right, so this is something, maybe the Astronomical Society of Southern Africa, maybe other astronomical societies around the continent could come together and give us advice. Nirj asks, is the comment facility disabled? No, it should be enabled. Can someone try to comment and see if it works? Anyone else having that issue? Something, so it was work. Okay, I'm going to
comment.
I can't comment.
Well, that's interesting. So let's see. The setting is currently anyone on the internet with this link can comment. Okay.
Okay, it's just come right, Kevin, for me.
Oh,
okay. Try again.
Okay, yeah. Can everyone try again in terms of the comments? It should be working now. Right. So maybe you can send a message to Vanessa. She also has full access. So if the comments is giving problems, then we can just make it everyone has edit access. But the problem with that is that the document changes too fast. So I think comments would be good. Right. So that's the first section. So that's now on people. So this is really about the community, building the community, looking after our students, looking after the next generation of astronomers on the continent. Then we get on to infrastructure. Now, we know that in many parts of Africa, infrastructure remains a challenge. Now, what are the infrastructure ambitions or goals that we have? Because once we have these ambitions down, then we can start raising funds for it. Then we can start negotiating with different people for it. So the first one was about internet access, just good, reliable internet access at universities, because we know that sometimes it can be intermittent, unreliable. So how do we involve high-level decision makers? How do we ensure that internet access is addressed? Here's where we need ideas. What are the challenges that people face in different parts of the continent? Would it help to have grants for mobile data, for example, so that students are still able to have fluid internet connections in spite of challenges? You would have seen on the chat earlier, South Africa is having load shedding today, and that might cause some people to drop off. The second point was about access to computing. So, so this is something, also that Brad mentioned in terms of the flagship. Are there cloud computing initiatives such as IDEA that can be shared across the continent, so that researchers, astronomers across the continent, students across the continent can have access to these. So for this, we can develop this cloud computing infrastructure, but also access to high performance computing. There are already initiatives by the Center for High Performance Computing, DARA and DARA Big Data. How do we coordinate these efforts and ensure that this vision of access is achieved, so that anyone on the continent who needs access can get access? Then point three is something, it's something relatively small but could make a huge difference, is just small telescopes at universities. You heard James's talk earlier with the idea of a network, radio astronomy network, small radio telescopes, but also small optical telescopes at universities. Now, this is something that the DARA project has funded before. It's something where, having a small portable telescope not only brings together, astronomy societies and groups and so on, but also that these small sort of, we called it packages, like a telescope, maybe a small CCD camera, things that go with it. It can be used both for outreach and small research projects at universities. Bigger telescopes could be at universities where you establish a teaching telescope on the roof of a physics department, for example. And these are all possibilities. But what are the needs and what are the costs for this? Can we go out on a fundraising drive, for example, to get small telescopes at universities prior to the General Assembly, or using the General Assembly to leverage these sort of things across the continent? Then the next point is about access to remote observing facilities. So this is something, it's sort of an easy win. Is that, do we have facilities across the continent that we can provide access to? You heard from Petri Vaisanen at the South African Astronomical Observatory. There's a number of facilities there, and these could be accessed by African astronomers, students, and so on. So how can we update and publicize the existing list of remote observing opportunities? The Astrolab program that was run all across the continent used remote telescopes and ran workshops on this. So then building this into future workshops so that when there's a training program, then there's also training to use telescopes remotely. Right, number 5 is on the innovative use of mobile networks for training. So how do we like tap into the growth of mobile network infrastructure for astronomy training, education, outreach? Because we talk about data challenges, we talk about internet challenges. The mobile network is growing so fast. Do we have our astronomical research clouds and so on accessible from mobile devices? Could someone use their phones to achieve astronomy outreach and so on in different parts of the continent? So this is about trying to drive those innovative ways of using the technology on the continent so that Africa can sort of leapfrog, as it's done in the mobile world at the moment, where you'll find many countries that have better mobile networks than the sort of landline or the old telephone networks. Right. Point number 6 is this astronomical data archive. So the idea here was really about whether a data archive for observations from astronomical observatories would be beneficial. And this is something that I see there's a comment here as well. There's a lot of aspects that we need to take into consideration. The Virtual Observatory Alliance has spent lots of time and brain power in trying to figure these things out. But would this be something useful? Would this be something worth investing in? Or is it simply reinventing what's done by the Virtual Observatory? These are questions that we want input from you, from the community, so that we can sort of challenge our efforts, channel our efforts towards this. Right, so that's now on infrastructure. So you see the infrastructure points, from small telescopes to data connectivity. Where do we want Africa to be? Now, these are non-exhaustive. So if you have more ideas as to what else should be added to this list, let's throw it in. Let's think, to use that word again from Khotso, let's think audaciously about where we want to see astronomy on the continent, and push ourselves to achieve that. Right, in terms of science, so now this will be populated as we go, in terms of our parallel session on Friday. There'll be a discussion with our science subcommittee. You heard from Brad earlier today. But are there, and this is sort of an open question, because do we as an African continent have scientific ambitions? Can we say that? Or is our community so sort of spread out, or so disparate, or so disconnected that we can't really come up with like scientific objectives, ambitions for the continent as a whole? Is it possible? Maybe it's not, maybe it is. But these are things now that, during these discussions, we'd like to see come out. We're using 2024 to bring the community together and say what symposia, what scientific symposia can we have during the General Assembly in 2024. And that's already, something that will bring together communities from across the continent. Now, in this process, are we going to come up with some areas where we say, right, Africa as a continent can really specialize in this particular scientific field? And if that is possible, then would we be able to use 2024 to drive these specific scientific ambitions? So this is sort of open. It's for the astronomers to look at, and I hope there'll be some energetic conversations on Friday at the science panel session as well. Right, then we jump to opportunities. Now, we're now heading rapidly towards this 2024. It's really something that we want to make the most of. But how can we leverage this opportunity and sort of use it as an opportunity for people all across the continent? So for this community, for example, ambassadors, we've got this General Assembly coming. So how do we create sort of ambassadors of astronomy for astronomy in Africa? And these are not necessarily Africans. These are people across the world who, are passionate about growing astronomy on the African continent. So if someone in the US or in Australia or somewhere, feels motivated about this, then how can we support them to be ambassadors within their communities so that globally we have these so-called ambassadors or these champions for astronomy in Africa? People that help to make collaborations, help to introduce astronomers to other astronomers in other parts of the world. This links to the first point about people, is that it's not just about networking amongst ourselves, it's about networking with the rest of the world. And there's an opportunity for ambassadors around the world to embrace the challenge of developing astronomy in Africa. Then the second point is about student supervision. As we talk about the need for more astronomers or training more people, this topic often comes up as to what is our maximum student supervisory capability on the continent. So, and not just on the continent, I mean, not just within individual countries, but also if regions now, if you look at East African region, what's the capacity to supervise students? Because if we can have a model for joint degrees or co-supervision, then this needs to be developed, make it easily accessible. But how do we negotiate at a level where we can say, right, there's someone in Kenya that wants to do a master's, but the expert is based, the expert for that master's is based in Ghana. Now, how can we make that connection in a meaningful way so that the universities can drive this forward? So this is about student supervisory capacity. Please do throw your ideas. This is something that comes up very, very frequently. And if we want to grow the community, we're going to need that capacity. It's not just about money for scholarships. It's also about, can we train them? And also with the rest of the world. How do we connect with the rest of the world to ensure that training happens? With the DARA program, you heard Melvin's talk, the collaboration with the UK and African countries, supervisory capacity was enhanced. Right, point number 3 on research collaboration. So this is something also for the science subcommittee is to try and get African astronomers to work together, to connect with each other and to connect with international collaborators. But when we talk about these ambassadors, we can also talk about them being ambassadors for research. If someone in Europe knows the areas of research that that we are interested in on the continent, they can find maybe the collaborators and champion this, being based in Europe, attending their European meetings. They can say, you know what, I know all these African astronomers who need to work together with you. Then industry partners. So are these, can this be used as an opportunity to make these connections with industry, industries that employ astronomers, for example? Would they want to be part of 2024? Would they want to provide sponsorship, knowing that astronomers are employable by their specific industry? Then on point 5, under opportunities, education, outreach, and development. So how do we maximize this opportunity of the world's astronomers coming to the African continent, and maximize that so that we can plan things around, so that if an astronomer is coming, let's say from Russia, can they make stops in, you know, North Africa, West Africa, East Africa, somewhere before coming to the main General Assembly event in South Africa? You know, how can we maximize the opportunity for education, outreach, development activities across the continent around the General Assembly? Then volunteers. So volunteer opportunities need to be advertised. So in terms of having extra hands in the organizing teams, in the last General Assembly, we saw, you know, an army of volunteers. Now, how do we use those volunteers or volunteerships to create opportunities for young astronomers to travel maybe to the General Assembly, or, you know, gain experience through the volunteer need that we'll have for the General Assembly? Side meetings and trips, this builds on something I said, is that if we have an opportunity of all these people coming to the continent, how can we create these opportunities for side meetings? So, you know, if we've got this, you know, a bunch of black hole people that are going to be coming to the General Assembly, could they stop over in Ethiopia and first have a small side meeting, you know, on the subject in a different part of Africa before coming to the main event in Cape Town? So these are things where, you know, we would need the community to say, you know, I need these kind of astronomers. I would like to host a side event, and then we build these side events into the actual General Assembly program. I'm sure that you know, when astronomers are traveling to a General Assembly, and you offer the opportunity that they can travel to a few other countries along the way, maximize on their traveling. You know, if you're going to fly that distance, make a few stops so that you can maximize on the impact on the African continent. Right, so those are opportunities. Again, there might be more to add. Please do continue adding comments to this. Then on the experience. Now, what do we want people to experience when they come here? So I'm gonna close up soon. So this is on experience, and these are now getting to the logistics, right? Now, what do we want people to experience? Really, if we are going to host the rest of the world, how do we ensure that there is shared pride among all Africans for hosting this astronomy conference? And you know, that shared pride is the vision, is that people must come to the continent and experience a shared pride. They must experience a continent with so many countries, but speaking with one voice about astronomy. People, you know, the videos that you saw are people from all across the continent, but all motivated by astronomy, motivated by the fact that we are in Africa. This is Africa. We are doing this as a community. And then in terms of tours of African astronomy facilities, if we want attendees of a General Assembly, we want them to be able to see options for touring facilities all across the continent. So you know, planning tours so that people can do multiple stops on their way to Cape Town. I mean, Cape Town is on the other end in terms of Europe. So say people are coming from Europe, They can make stops along the way to visit facilities, to establish new collaborations, and so on. Then how can we showcase Africa's scientific and technological prowess? This was something that motivated the South African government and motivated several of us to support this bid to bring this conference to Africa, is that we need to change the way the world looks at Africa, and showcasing Africa's scientific technological prowess. That how do we do that effectively? Communication packages, exhibition spaces at the GA. What do we want to highlight? This morning you got a whirlwind tour of all these things happening across the continent. How do we package that in a way that can be showcased during the General Assembly? So how do we showcase the diverse faces of Team Africa? So, just the talks this morning, you saw people from all over. That's something that we need to showcase. We have strength in our diversity across the continent, and everyone should have a voice. We're using English in this forum, but really it needs to be recognized that Africa is diverse and we have different languages, and everyone needs to have a space. And then to make this General Assembly really an African General Assembly. So, how do we showcase the culture and the indigenous knowledge from the entire African continent when it comes to entertainment, when it comes to food, when it comes to events, and so on. Of course, we want the experience to be of immaculate organization. We need an efficient team. We need as many volunteers as we can get. Then, on that, we're really grateful to have this group who hosted the Future of Meetings conference. But this has to be a driver. If we are going to host this meeting for the first time on the African continent, what are the new things that have come out during the pandemic? Are we using the most innovative ways of conferencing? This Gather Town that we've tried out with this one, it's something that is that going to pick up pace? Is there going to be something else? Are we going to make sure that we're in touch with this? And so. Sorry, I hear someone. Did someone want to make a comment? Okay. So I'm gonna round up soon. Then the understanding of development challenges. So in terms of development, we're all of us that live on this continent understand the huge challenges, developmental challenges that Africa faces. How do we use the opportunity to highlight these development challenges and look at how astronomy can impact on those development challenges? So how do we establish partnerships with organizations that are involved in development, so that when we have this astronomy world descending on the continent, can we really use these astronomers to impact on development? A show of political support. Already many African governments have supported things like the square kilometer array, but we need presidents to be at that General Assembly. We need something that we as the astronomy community can use thereafter. Multidisciplinary participation. So this is about bringing in other sciences that might be able to benefit from the engagement with astronomers. For example, the physics community. We've got a large physics community across the continent. If we talk about growing astronomy, this is going to be done at physics departments, and there might be other departments like that. And then Africa as a cradle of humankind. This is something that, when we talk about the African continent, many of you will be familiar with this reference as a cradle of humankind. This is where where human beings evolved and moved out from. So engaging with our colleagues in paleontology, anthropology, African studies, and so on. Right. Then in terms of just organizing, I'm not going to go into too much detail about this, but this is really about, having an efficient organizing structure, having advisors, and this is, we really look to you, the community, to help us to get as many people or skills on board as possible. Vanessa had mentioned the professional conference organizer, but also to get the General Assembly into the agenda of various other big science meetings from now till then. Now, how do we fund all this? We need to have diverse sources of funding. There were some ideas thrown around about crowdfunding, about using the opportunity to attract wealthy individuals, sponsor students in exchange for a special tour of the Southern African Large Telescope or in Toto Observatory or something like that. And these are things, we want your ideas. Let's throw in the ideas into this document so that we can put this plan together and coordinate around this. Just to mention as well, we're lucky to have Genevieve Marshall, who's the IAU fundraiser. She's also on the committee and helping to advise us on ways of raising funds. Okay, and then the last section. So this is where we round it up. What will be the legacy? What will be the legacy of 2024? Now, when it comes to beyond 2024, are we going to look back and are we going to have achieved transformation? Are we going to be able to say that after 2024, there are individuals that we have managed to grow who are now leading astronomy across the continent? What are the career paths that we would have created along the way? Are there a significant number of collaborations that have been stimulated by this General Assembly? We want the African astronomical community to be connected to each other, to the rest of the world. Then just greater unity in astronomy across Africa, and this is already happening. This is happening through this forum, through the African Astronomical Society. We want everyone to come together because we will achieve more together than by competing with each other. And I think that a legacy of this General Assembly, if we can use this event to bring everyone together and make sure that every project, every activity in astronomy on the continent benefits from the General Assembly. So if there's an activity happening in one country somewhere, are they going to benefit? Because we want everyone to benefit from the General Assembly coming to the continent. And how they benefit, how you benefit is things that, throw that into this document. Let's build it in so that we can ensure that everyone does benefit from this. Then education, outreach, and development. This really is an opportunity to have a boost to our education, outreach, development activities across the continent. So let's develop those plans. Let's see how the 2024 can be used to stimulate those activities. Then just diversity. It's not just diversity within our astronomy community, and it's not just diversity in terms of the demographic of the community. It's also the diversity in terms of other disciplines. Making astronomy a key player in these interdisciplinary conversations. But this will help to showcase as well the African contributions to the field of astronomy. Because when we look at global astronomy, what is Africa's role in the global astronomy endeavor? And that's getting across a message post 2024 that Africa is a key player. We've already done so much through the Square Kilometre Array project, through the optical telescope projects, through the gamma ray project. Let's secure and seal this reputation, and then greater representation in the IU. So so related to that, when the International Astronomical Union their mission is to safeguard the science of astronomy. Do we as the African continent have enough of say in that International Astronomical Union? How many African members, how many countries in Africa are members of the International Astronomical Union? How many astronomers are members? How many African astronomers are represented on the executive bodies of this? And if we can have that as a legacy going forward, then I think we'll see post 2024 Africa being a much more significant player in global astronomy. Right. That was your tour of the document. I'm going to stop talking now because I'm very thirsty. I'm going to hand over to Vanessa.
I can't believe you got it all done in under an hour, Kevin. Anyway, thank you. I've managed to keep track of the notes that have appeared on the chat, and I'm saving them somewhere. And I see lots of people were very furiously scribbling things at the beginning of the document, but enthusiasm has probably waned a bit towards the end. So we'll leave that with you overnight. Please feel free to add stuff to the document and just put ideas in the margins as comments, as we've already been doing. It's fantastic to have that kind of input. And then just a reminder as well, and in terms of unconference topics, we've got 2 suggestions so far. And there's a couple of others, I think, that have come out through the document, things about looking at data archiving, potentially the AFAS survey would be nice to discuss. So all of those things, I think we can pull together to create a program for tomorrow. So please feel free to keep adding those suggestions and get in touch with us either via the Slack channel or the Google Doc or even via email. And then we can take it from there. Maybe I can ask now if there's anyone who'd like to, say something. I know people have been writing things furiously, but sometimes it's easier just to say something. No, Kevin has like totally silenced you with a whirlwind tour. Any opinions, big sections that are missing? Have we, is there like a big section of part of the document that we don't have? Glad to see it's all been covered. It is like the, 4th iteration. Oh, good. There are some people who've got suggestions. Bernie, please go ahead, and then we'll have Vanessa.
Thanks, Vanessa. I'm not sure if this actually fits into the document, but if we're going to try to raise a significant amount of funding for astronomy on the continent, we have to think big. At the moment, we think in fairly small numbers. And somebody like Mo Ibrahim, who, as you know, has led the initiative on improving governance in Africa, is the kind of person who I would think would be able to champion astronomy in Africa to some serious donors if we could persuade him that there was a good case for that. So if we can put together a good enough case to show that improving the skills, improving the technology, improving the capabilities, improving the science in Africa has a bearing not only on Africa's technological progress, but also on its governance progress by producing more skilled people, we may well be able to get someone like him to be a champion.
Thanks, Bernie. I don't think we would struggle with putting together the case. Do you? Hopefully you can provide a point of contact.
Actually, I can't, but I'm sure we can find one through Jane Idu or someone like that.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, Bernie. Vanessa?
Hey, Vanessa. It's actually there's a lot of Vanessa. I keep thinking, oh, Vanessa, but hello. I was just gonna say, I think the document looks great. Like, I don't think there's any like massive sections missing. I think it's really good and comprehensive. The one thing I was gonna say, reading through it, is that I would challenge everyone to sort of look at it with a lens in every section of, you know, there's some of the places where it's just naturally assumed, oh, people will physically come to Cape Town, or people will physically tour Africa, or those sort of things. And I think there's so much potential here, especially in the wake of the pandemic, where people are suddenly like, their eyes are more open to being able to travel without leaving the walls around them, just to sort of think, okay, what are the opportunities here to really both redefine what IAU meetings look like, but also how Africa can actually lead the way into changing just the way astronomy works worldwide and set a new precedent. So I guess, yeah, I would just say to everyone thinking about it, don't just think about, you know, the physical presence of someone, but also what the opportunities are to leverage a global connection for the people who can't physically make it to the IAU in 2024.
Yeah, thanks, Vanessa. That's something that's important and that's cropped up over and over again is, you know, where's that balance between, you know, making sure we get people here, but opening it up and using these very new and different ways of doing things. So thanks. Was there another hand up? Give people a moment or two. No. Okay, I think if there's no further questions, Kevin, do you have any announcements that you need to make?
I think the main thing is that, you know, we really need your input now. The shape of the program tomorrow will be determined around the topics that interest you as a community. Remember, this whole forum is an engagement. It's a community engagement, and so you know, if there's parts of the document that appeal to you, you know, very strongly, throw those onto the unconference, and let's shape the program tomorrow around that. I see there's a hand up there.
Yes, please go ahead, Epona.
Hello, Ken Bonessier. I was just wondering, one thing that wasn't necessarily very much mentioned is the conversation has been very much around our own astronomy community and outreach towards the world, and that's very important and good. But one thing that could be interesting to think about and consider is potentially getting classrooms involved, or students, having delegates from schools across Africa and invite them as partners and peers, because while it's important to get the industry involved, I think one of the key political challenges with science in Africa is to make it accessible to all Africans and not just those that are already in a position to access it on some level, right? To allow everyone to feel as though this belongs to them. And this is one way in which, at least in Europe, that is done. And it could be a model that, if we've got the funding to bring people already, perhaps could be done. I know in America, it's also done very often with science fairs and that sort of thing. So potentially something to think about.
That's brilliant. Do you have access to the document, and can you put a note to that effect in it?
Yes,
because
I
it's
will.
kind of mentioned in a sort of a general sense, but I think
Yeah.
you're right. It needs to be
I
more
wasn't sure
specific.
which section to put it under, basically, whether it would be outreach or whether it would be in the final organization.
I think outreach is fine. I mean, as long as it's there. Thank you. Okay, we have another question from Thierry.
Yeah, thank you so much for to set off this presentation till now. It's not a question, but is a notice, a remark. So, you know, Africa is not only English countries, is a gathering of different countries, of different languages, different cultures, etc. So what I want to suggest is we have to think about how we will make a document in another languages in order to allow people to get a better understanding of what we are doing and why it matters for us in Africa to be a very important and highlight actors in astronomy. So as you may notice here, many mostly French countries are not represented. So I'm from Benin Republic, and French is our national speaking language here. So, but I learned English for myself as well. So, but it's important to showcase all things that we are doing now and to find a better way to disseminate information. I say scientific matters, to disseminate scientific knowledge to every local communities from everywhere on the continent. So that's the first point. The second point, maybe I forgot it, but I will come back later when it's the times. Thank you.
Thank you, Thierry. Maybe one of the things that you can add to the document then is, you know, a working group or something around languages and dissemination of material, because you're absolutely right. I mean, we can make all of these things, but we need to disseminate them across multiple languages.
Sure. If I could add something very important, will be about capacity building for astronomy teaching and learning for people, because many people are interested, but they do not have infrastructures to make a little bit constellations, such as constellation, gas stations, some kind of things. So we have to find a better way to bring the investment that will help people in countries to have some big observatories that will help them to outreach people. There's just some ideas I'm say forth to you, and that will allow people to emulate and inherit them to being involved to those topics. So that's something we have to take care about as well, to put on documents as recommendations. That's
brilliant. Thank you for those suggestions. So I think there's a hand up from Paul.
Thanks, Vanessa. Just a question to you and Kev, and sorry, I have not yet seen the document. I got in a bit late in there. I'm just forward-looking going into the future. Being a private individual, you know, there's a few of us lads I guess in Africa in general that are not pro-astronomers, but amateur private guys. And you know, some of us, we do outreach like astronomy shows, that type of stuff for tourists and all of that. Apart from that, which is obviously a commercial venture, is there a way in the future that some of the private guys, you know, as long as they're presentable and they know what they're talking about, and you know, they can take their own gear and kit out to schools or the like, or old age homes, if it's a bit of a you know, like a charity event as such, how can one network with the pro, or you know, the IAU or the SAU or ASSA? You know, I don't know how it happens up in Europe and that, but based on what Ebony has indicated, I'm eager to understand it, because going into 2024, you know, myself, we're heading down to the Western Cape in any case, West Coast, and you know, I'm going to be doing my own programs on the private commercial side, but I'm interested in knowing how can one network with you know, the likes of yourselves and that simple question.
Okay, that's great. I think I'll repost the link to the document, because we have a couple of things in there about volunteers or opportunities and stuff. And I think that's something that you guys can provide input into. Jamal, did you want to say anything about networking with other astronomers or the astrotourism sector across the continent? Maybe we'll come back to that point. I mean, I think another thing, Paul, is I'll just just get in touch with me via email, and then we can make sure that you are added to some of the mailing lists as we, have more and more of these meetings, because that's an opportunity, where you'll meet various individuals who are doing things both here in South Africa and across the continent. And I think then as you do that, you can build a network that way. Cool. Okay, I think we've got an opportunity for maybe one more question before we close. Charles, did you want to say something or comment?
Hi, Vanessa. Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Paul, actually. I thought Jamal was going to say something about it. There's an AFAS MHA Astronomers Network. So maybe that would be something that maybe Niruj can just share with us maybe tomorrow also, and we can get people like Paul also involved. I think there's an interest around it.
Okay, so that's another idea that we can build an unconference session around tomorrow. Great. Okay, I think we'll leave it there for today because it's just gone past 3 o'clock. So we hope you have a lovely evening. Oh, Kevin would like to say something.
Yeah, no, just to say that, keep these conversations going, because really tomorrow is about keeping these, ideas flowing. Do have a look at the document, and remember the link. We'll also put it on the website so that you have the link to the unconference document, and you can just keep adding topics there. I'd like to maybe challenge Jamal to have the final closing for this as the president of the African Astronomical Society, which is the key player in this, to close the day for us.
Good. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you all. Indeed, it was great discussions, great ideas which were presented to us. A lot of enthusiasm, in particular. And like Kevin keeps saying to us, we have to keep, we have to make it work and make it stick, really. So all those ideas which are in disorderly idea has to be put in shape. And of course, we still have 2 more days to go, and hopefully in those 2 more days we'll make those ideas stick or let them do their path to implementation. Of course, it's also the first forum, but the second one will be which will be possibly in 2023. I think according to the timeline that Vanessa showed to us, it will be the closing of all the big initiatives which take time. Some initiatives like flagships cannot be done in a few months; it may take a few years. So certainly we have ahead of us the next 2 years, possibly before the next the forum, which will be just close to the final G8 2024. Yet the first day was rich in discussions and exploring few ideas. I hope the next 2 days we'll see a beginning of an implementation and see how we are serious about those bright ideas that we have here today. Thank you, and see you then tomorrow.
Thanks very much, Jamal. Thanks, everyone. We'll now close. We'll leave the Zoom open a little bit if anyone wants to chat with each other. This is the end of day 1 of all the formalities, and we'll see you all tomorrow. I think the program starts. Let me just remind myself. So tomorrow we start at 9:30. We'll open the Zoom and people can start talking, and then we can the formal program will get going at 10 o'clock Central African time tomorrow. Sorry, Charles, are you still there? Is there another link to to another gather if people would like to just chat with each other?
There's the one that I shared just before.
Okay.
Just before we started the session again, so that one's still available. Maybe Vanessa can just share it again, also, or maybe yourself, you can just share it.
Okay, cool. So yeah, if people want to play around in the chat with each other in the gather, The link we'll put it in Zoom. But thank you so much, everyone, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Yeah. You can feel free to unmute yourselves and talk to each other if you want. When people are bored, then we'll close this this Zoom. I'm just looking for the link to the Gather Town. So, but yeah, everything is closed now. I mean, everything is done for the day. So if you need to go, feel free. Okay, there's a link to the Gather for a little bit if people want to join there. And if anyone wants to chat here, feel free, open your mics and you can talk. We'll leave this open for a little bit. Well, for as long as people want to chat. I've posted the link to the Gather. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna now close the Zoom. The last link that I sent is one from Charles, so you can head over to the Gather, and I'll close the Zoom. Thank you very much, everyone, once again, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.